the revenues will just not be significant. So for us, it's like we sell our older films to those platforms. And it's usually on a revenue share basis where we get a certain percentage. So when it comes to past, pay or premium, they will buy newer films. They will maybe pay a license fee. So it's basically like pay TV, but in the online world. So, and that's something that more and more operators find, so they're able to stand out from the crowd because there are just so many fast channels and fast platforms out there. They need to redefine themselves because they all start looking similar, so they need to find some programs that really make them stand out. Okay, can someone click on the, great, thanks. And then we have some other rights as well. So there's a bit of more language, what channels we can still sell to in the territory, and how many days of catch-up there are. So that's, I think, important to know when you're talking to NetGeo and such. They're not just taking pay TV, they're actually taking a lot more and leave you with a lot less. So then there are non-theatrical rights, which are the broadcasting rights for festival screenings or educational institutions. They're usually apart. There is usually no exclusivity, so that's something you're always open to do. And there are transportation rights, so for airlines, trains, ships, and it's also usually non-exclusive rights. In case you want definitions, this is an older version. I know there is a newer one, but that's only in Word, and there was no URL to it, but if you Google the IFTA scheduler definitions, you'll find a more updated version that also includes FAST and VOD rights. Okay? So, how do we make money, and what are the different licensing models and revenue streams? In an ideal world, we'll sell for a flat fee, broadcaster pays a certain amount of money to transmit, then we'll share it with the producers. And when it comes to platforms, and there's usually a revenue share model, especially with AVOD and FAST rights, where the revenues come through the advertisement, and then we'll have to share that. So it's much smaller amounts, but more often. So, and there's a minimum guarantee, which is basically a baseline payment and a potential revenue share. And sometimes they pay minimum guarantees that protect the producer when the platforms underperform. And that also counts for distributors. We sometimes pay minimum guarantees as well to make sure that we get the rights from the producers. And then if we don't sell it that well, you still hold on to that money at least. It's like a basic payment. So we're almost done. Quiz time. I hope you listened. So, remember what I said. So what does catch-up rights allow a broadcaster to do? A, broadcast a program on multiple channels simultaneously. Okay. B is correct. Well done. One second. We'll get there. Question 2. There's just 2. You're not done yet. So whoever gets that will get a prize. If a broadcaster wants to show a program on both free TV and online at the same time, what additional rights do they need? Free TV and? Who listened? Good morning. Very good. Here. I'll give you a prize. Environmental friendly straw. There may be more if you listen. So, what to keep in mind? It is a jungle of rights to navigate. So the buyers are all octopuses, and they are creative about their fine print. So they really, really want a lot of rights, most of them. So if you want to be creative, find someone you trust to do all the paperwork for you. Why work with a distributor? You could explain it a little bit, but so we're basically taking over the pitching to the buyers, we're negotiating deals, and we're also handling the deliverables which is time-consuming. So we'll take that off your plate, and you could focus on creating or promoting your work. We handle the contracts, payments, and royalty reporting. A good distributor will ensure transparency and keep everything organized and legally sound. And the distributors have established relationships with broadcasters, streaming platforms, and buyers worldwide. So they can get your documentary in front of the audiences you might not be able to reach on your own. And we do understand the market trends, audience preferences, and what networks and platforms are looking for. So we can guide you through that licensing jungle. So, our distributor now has a lunch break, and we've eaten way too much, and it will be a long day still. So we'll do something fun now, which is the acquisition part. Like, how do we acquire films? Mostly, we're screening. So we have this email from a producer who sent us a link to a film and tries to sell their baby. So we start watching the film, and it can basically go in any direction. So, let me see. So, what we need to consider, is it an editorial fit for our catalog and therefore our clients? Is there anything too similar in our catalog? So that means sometimes if we have a very similar program, it can go in any way. It can be either cannibalized or we can grow together. Together, there's a G missing. So sometimes we actually bundle up similar films and try and sell it as a series when a one-off can maybe not stand out on its own. What's the production value? And when it comes to wildlife, 4K UHD versions are usually more in demand, or actually, yeah, than HD, but HD still works. And is it the right format? So 52 minutes is usually a great format for one-offs or a limited series. There's 43 minutes sometimes. I only know Arte as a broadcaster. I mean, they're well-paying clients, so it is a significant broadcaster, so they usually have 43-minute slots. They can also take a 52-minute film and edit it down to 43, so that's on their side. They can do that. When it comes to 26 minutes, that's usually better as a series. There are basically no slots for one-offs, 26 minutes, or even shorts. And I know that you're working with a lot of shorts here, so to kill that, darling, I'm sorry. for TV, it's a bit tricky. You try to maybe bundle it up as a series, but they can really stand alone. There are TV channels who acquire fillers, but those are usually 2 minutes, and you never know when they're broadcast. So it's not a slot. It's usually when a tennis match is ending early, so they need some program to fill that. So it's nothing. It shouldn't be too deep. So the ideal format for us as distributors is 52 minutes when it comes to one-off or series. When it comes to series, and it's 26 minutes broadcast, it's usually 6, 13, 26 or 52 episodes, because that's like the weekly slot. It's usually a weekly slot, so it's by the week. So then, once we have all that in place, we've screened the program, we like it, then we have to check if the right rights are available that we want. So that's something where you really have to deep dive into the fine print, as I mentioned, with Nat Geo, for example, where they basically define what rights you get to keep and which broadcaster you can still sell the program to. Then are all the rights cleared, especially when it comes to archive and music. So especially music, by the way. I know that in Europe there is a system in place where you can basically use the music for free and the broadcaster will pay for that. But that's the public performance rights. If you want to exploit that music elsewhere, then you have to either have it composed or make sure that the rights are cleared for worldwide use. A lot of producers don't know that, so they just use anything they want because the local broadcaster will pay for it, but they will only pay for the local distribution. So when we work with producers, we ask them to make sure that the music is cleared for worldwide or exchange it if needed. What does the producer want and need from a distributor? Usually an MG, where we pay like a minimum guarantee that protects when the distributor underperforms. And then in some cases, there is no English version available. We will actually really need an English version to at least show to the buyers that are screening and evaluating the program. So that's something that's always a must for us. Sometimes we can also create them ourselves, depending on the language, but yeah, that's something that's to be negotiated. Then the usual rights that you would have to give a distributor is we usually run on terms like 5 years, and then there's an automatic renewal for another year or two if you don't terminate the contract. Then we're also trying to get exclusive rights worldwide for all media, because I know that there are distributors out there who are okay with non-exclusive rights, but they will not sell the program as well, because a lot of broadcasters need exclusive rights. So no buyer with a healthy budget will acquire non-exclusive rights. So it's something that you need to keep in mind, that those rights, and you only want to work with one distributor and not have 5 distributors run to the same clients and sell your programs. The commission is usually between 30 and 35%, and there's also a bit of fine print. Sometimes there are marketing costs that are to be recouped or overheads. And there's usually a different commission for pre-sales as well, in case you're going to a distributor with your project. Then for the delivery, I mean, I can send you a text specs if you're interested, but it's basically a master file in UHD, ProRes, XDCAM, which is, I think, quite the norm. We'll need an English script with time codes for the English version as well, the music cue sheet, stills, synopsis, well, everything in English basically, a title, inserts, and credits, and if available in wildlife, species list, or the list of third-party materials that need to be cleared for worldwide use as well. And if you have trailers, teasers, and artwork, an E&O. An E&O, by the way, I'm not sure if you know, so that's an insurance. I think that's the other panel. It's errors and omissions that basically protects the broadcaster from third parties who are like, oh, this is my right, this is my copyright, and any problems that may occur. So when someone decides that it's their film, or the author thinks that it's somehow a copyright infringement that protects the broadcaster. A lot of American broadcasters ask for that. Nat Geo, PBS, they will want an E&O. It's actually just the US. Usually we succeed in just negotiating that we're not keeping them accountable, that we're taking on all the charges if there are any ever. Usually when it comes to wildlife, you don't have experts, it's usually fine. So it's optional. It helps with the US sale, but outside of the US, it's usually okay not to have that. So then we're still in our day of in the life of a distributor. So marketing and markets. It's not too late in the afternoon, so we're going for pre-dinner drinks, markets. So that's the most social aspect to distribution. So what we do, once we take on a project, we create a marketing campaign around it. So we include the project or the film in the catalog and our lineup. This is our current lineup, for example. We'll include it in the website, and we create newsletters, and we start talking to selected buyers already before launching to markets, because buyers are particular. You need to know, you can't approach them all in the same territory at the same time, because they will be picky if they then realize and you've pitched them something and then you sold it to their competitor. So you need to be very careful. So we're starting to talk to selected buyers, the well-paying buyers, by the way, and then you want feedback from them before moving into a broad market. So yeah, and then we'll push it with a press release and we take it to the markets. So when is a good time to launch? It's usually the big TV markets in our TV distribution. So we have MIPCOM, which is in October in Cannes every year. This is the biggest broadcast market. Then there is MIP London, which had its first edition this year. There was actually a MIP TV in April every year, and that also had a focus on documentaries, but that was shut down and moved to London. So now it's MIP London, and it also has a MIP doc focus to it, so documentary has a special strand in their programming. And then there is Sunny Side of the Dock in La Rochelle, which is a market-like event, and NatP Budapest, or I think there's a NatP in the US as well as Real Screen. So where are we at the moment? What is working and what's not? The good news is wildlife and nature is the best-selling genre in the factual field. It has a long shelf life. It can be sold, like we sell films that were produced in 2010 still to FAST and AVOD. So it's really something that has a very long shelf life. That always works. I think when it comes to distribution, that's the most thankful genre. I know everybody's been talking about streamers and how much money they have. That has actually changed, as you may have noticed already. So the Netflix licensing deals are getting less and less, and they're focusing on building a few originals, but there's nothing for the, well, they license bigger packages. So for example, in our case, they told us that they would pick up 10 documentaries if we sell them 100 hours of fiction. So that was their factual focus that year, which was not nice. There are too many platforms that are chasing too little attention. So yeah, there are lots of different streamers and they try to stand out, but it's really, really hard. So they focus on a few originals that stand out. And then the smaller streamers are struggling to compete. They either merge, go bankrupt, or pivot really fast. Pay TV is declining. That's also something that's a struggle for everything that's subscription. So they're moving more into the SVOD and the online pay rights. What's working well is AVOD and FAST. It's not the same revenues, as I said, so it's a fast evolving area in the distribution landscape. It's expanding quickly. The best regions for that are North America and Europe. The downside is that it is mostly rev share, so we'll have to share the advertising revenues that are coming in, so it's not a license fee where you get money up front. So this is appealing for older or evergreen catalogs, wildlife. And it's a low barrier to enter. So at the same time, it's still hard to stand out there. And then that's public TV, if you can read it. So public TV is actually doing well in comparison to the others, still, at least in Europe. I mean, they're all struggling. We know politically it's quite difficult at the moment with PBS and the constant threat through the Trump administration that they're trying to take the license fees from them, or the money from them. But at the same time, overall in the market, they're still, at least in Europe, a very reliable and stable partner, though it's tricky. Asia is strong as well when it comes to public TV, NHK, CCTV, they're solid buyers for documentaries still, so but yeah, again, also budget pressure, but in general, it's fine. So yeah, how can producers survive or even thrive? Where is the money? And I thought I'd share a little bit more about the payments. So public broadcasters, when it comes to one-off or limited series, they pay best, especially if it's blue chip, then you can have significant budgets. Pay TV and streamers are mostly looking for series because they're better marketable. You know, they can market a series much better as a one-off, so they prefer long-running series. And what's working best apparently with Nat Geo at the moment are pets and vets. So public broadcasters is probably the #1 stop for blue chip wildlife. And then AVOD FAST, as I mentioned, it's rev share, it's a long period, it's for the back catalog. But how much will they pay? So I tried a little bit to give you an indication of the range that there is. For Europe, at least, yeah, so the license fees can vary between 100 and 1,000 euros per hour. So that's just where it is. So, and it's usually public broadcasters who will pay more towards 1,000, and smaller streamers or channels more the 100. Northern Europe, again, so the top range is always the public broadcasters. So SVT in Sweden, NRK in Norway, they're paying around 7,000 if they really want a program. So that's for pure acquisition, by the way. That's for a finished film. It's not for a project. Italy and Spain are the most rewarding markets still, next to Germany and France. So in Italy, you can sometimes get up to 20,000 euros an hour in acquisition, and Spain is usually around 5,000 to 7,000. Germany, yes. So if you sell a program to Arte, ZDF, you can sometimes succeed at having 50,000 euros an hour. But if you sell to pay TV, for example, it's usually around 1,500 per hour. Yep. So that's the range. So the distributors know this range. That's why I really recommend talking to distributors when you negotiate, because yeah, that's tricky as a jungle. Yeah. So North America, again, $1,000 is usually for smaller, non-exclusive streamers. 150,000 can be something PBS nature. Can also be more, but yeah, that's just the range that you have there. It's usually somewhere in between, around 40 and 50,000. Asia's public broadcaster range from 2,500 to 15. So 15 is more NHK, the Japanese broadcaster. 2.5 is Korea, China, etc. So yeah, and then Australia and New Zealand, it's 5,000 roughly. So for Latin America and Africa, well, I mean, it's hard to predict, but there are several deals that we've done, but for Latin America, they require a Spanish version, which we usually don't have. So sometimes the deal is they will create the Spanish version for us, which we can then use, but it's not really a license. And Africa is a big question mark. So we sometimes work with Canal Plus, who has an African footprint, or Ushuaia, which has an African footprint, but those rights are acquired from France. And I think that was around $700 an hour for sub-Saharan Africa, which is not significant. So I know that this market here is focused on shorts a lot. So as I said, unfortunately, shorts usually don't sell as one-offs. So, and they usually acquire packages with fillers. The broadcasters acquire packages with fillers, and that need to stand alone, so it can't be an ongoing series. I would recommend to use the shorts really as an entry point through festivals, or just get it out, get your name out there. It's really tricky to sell one-off shorts to broadcast in the TV landscape. Now, there is YouTube, but this is more directly from the producer to the audience. So we're not involved in YouTube in that level. So we are working with YouTube for their channels where they acquire finished films, but it's not something that we're doing directly with YouTube. Yeah, I think that's almost it. I'm not sure if you still have any questions. Thank you. I know, I try to put it in a nutshell, but it's hard.
No, it's amazing, and it's information we don't necessarily.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, as I was saying, thank you so much, especially because it's information we don't necessarily have a lot of the time. As you said, Africa is a big question mark. And in a lot of our countries, I know back home in Cape Verde, televisions think that we should pay for them to show our content, which is ridiculous. And whenever we can get it there, usually it's for free. So it's a means of getting our content into our audiences. So we don't necessarily have all that, but we'll change it. One question that I have is, when is it the right time to start working with a distributor? Because there are a lot of funds that ask, like, do you have a distributor attached? And like now, for example, I work with my producer, and we went to Switzerland and then found a distributor. So we're still in development, but we're already working with him. So when is the right time, especially for a documentary?
Yes, so as early as possible. That's definitely because we can help you shape the project. I work a lot with producers directly, and to help them with the editorial angle for certain broadcaster needs and to make it work internationally. Like, what are the standards there? So yeah, as early as possible, and it depends on, are you still looking for pre-sales? You know, that's also something that a lot of distributors do. In an ideal world for us, we're taking on finished films. So, but you know, that's getting harder and harder. So we realize that, and sometimes, especially with producers not from Germany and France, we have good connections to artists, so we can try to, you know, get the film financed from within the French and German territories, for example. So it's something that we need very early. But it should have developed. It shouldn't be a rough idea. So you should know what will the format be. We're thinking in slots. So we will immediately think of, okay, this could be for this slot or this slot or this slot. So it's something that we need to define together. So it's a rough idea. It's too early. But something that's developed where, you know, is it going to be a series, how many episodes, or is it a one-off? Yeah, so definitely. But always, like, it depends on what you want. Do you want a deal right away, or do you want some more input, you know, and help on what works on an editorial angle?
Hi, my name is Ray. I have a question just regarding the rights around music. A lot of, I guess as producers, we want to also make it a worthwhile experience for our artists, like musicians, when you work with them. This is specifically around if you don't have all rights, you know, when we come with a project to a distributor, and specifically around the music, there's certain rights that the musician is entitled to upon distribution. So like, how do you facilitate that? You know, does the distributor facilitate that with the artist? And in this case, in South Africa, SAMRO is the industry body that works on musicians' rights and payments, royalties, things like that. Does the distributor work with SAMRO, or does the distributor work with a production company that then works with SAMRO?
Yes, so it's the second case. So we're working with the producer. We need to make sure that the producer has everything in place and that is also sharing the revenues with the authors. And so you have two rights. So you have the synchronization rights with music, you know, that allow you to use the music. So that needs to be cleared worldwide on one hand. And then you have the public performance rights, which are paid by the broadcaster once it's broadcast, at least public broadcast. I'm not sure how it works in streaming, to be honest. I think it's quite a big blueprint still that needs to be found, but in general, it's the broadcaster who pays the public performance rights, and they pay, I think in Germany it's GEMA, so it's like the royalty, it's called the society. So they then will work directly with the producer, because we always tell the broadcasters who is the producer, so they will make that connection, but we're not involved with that. We just need to make sure those rights are available, and then it's usually between the broadcaster and the producer, or through the organization like GEMA.
Thank you very much for this presentation. I'd like to ask, since as you said Africa is a question mark, what is your experience like distributing African features or series, documentaries? Like, is it overall successful, or what are the bottlenecks? Does it make better than other movies from other places around the world, or are there some challenges with what we do that makes distribution maybe difficult? Yeah.
Well, that's a content question. I mean, I think overall, anything can work. And I think now is the time for storytellers. You know, everything has been done somehow. So this is the moment to shine, but that doesn't just count for Africa in general, right? So if you have a strong story, no matter where you come from, this is a good moment to push that story, because that will differentiate you from the rest. All projects can work, yeah. But it's probably a bit trickier to finance if you don't have a track record. But if you have, you know, a strong short that you've created here and then pick up from there, I think that's probably the easiest way to move forward. But in general, I wouldn't say like something is better or not. It really depends on how convincing the story is, and no matter where it comes from. Yeah, but in general, authenticity is key. So I know that a lot of broadcasters are also looking for stories from within a country and not told by older white British producers. So that's definitely something that's on everybody's radar.
Hello. Thank you for that. My name is Manu. I'm an EP on a children's animated series. I'm just really curious about what the market is like for something like this. I mean, it's episodic, but the episodes are really short, like 7 minutes. We're primarily distributing on YouTube for a start, but we're shopping for other marketplaces. What's your experience with children's content?
So is it documentary based or is it fictional?
It's a mishmash. It's got elements of wildlife, cultural preservation, but it's primarily driven through song. So we have, each episode features a song from a particular community in Africa. Yeah, so it's a bit of a mix of everything.
Yeah, that's hard to predict. It's not something we've done. So I think when it comes to shorts and reaching kids, YouTube is definitely the place to go. And I mean, there are slots on public broadcasters, but that won't be the documentary buyers. That will be the kids buyers. And so that's somehow a completely different market. And it's as soon as you're hybrid, it gets tricky. And that's not just for the audience, it's also, if you're in between genres, if you have a science film with wildlife segments, if you, include travel aspects to it, then, the buyers are like, okay, this is for the science department, this is for the travel department, this is not for us. So you'll somehow end up somewhere in between, so that's tricky.
Thank you.
Sorry.
I'm just jumping in. So I just quickly want to ask then, is your advice that we specialize or that we zone in on a particular thing and not try to straddle? That's one of the questions. I'm just grabbing a question from that. And then I wanted to ask you, is there any tips? What's hot at the moment? Is there a particular trend in the industry that is hot at the moment? Should guys be thinking about travel stuff? Do you think there might be a market for new voices from a travel perspective? Latin American or African young people traveling their continents and telling it from their perspective. We know that most of the travel stuff I've ever watched or whatever, it's usually people coming from Europe or the US traveling our exotic places and then, sending it back like that. Is there an opportunity, does that? And then my last question is, you just briefly scrubbed through YouTube, and there's a lot of debate and a lot of misconceptions about YouTube being, that's where I'm going to make my gold, that's where I'm going to make my money. And then when you really look at it, those numbers look so crazy. You need to have zillions of hits or subscribers to get even some kind, to be able to live. So maybe, I know that's a lot, but if you can, just thank you, Anna.
Yeah, well, YouTube, yes, you need the audience. If you don't have the audience, it won't be possible to get a lot of revenues. And it's something that you need to build, on a regular basis. So you can't take your one film and put it on YouTube and expect thousands of euros to come back. So that's definitely tricky. Travel. I think it's a good time for locals to be involved in their own travel series, definitely. Travel in general is a genre that works well in series. There are less one-offs. There are sometimes one-offs that we sell under travel, or we call it destination, because it's more of a cultural one-off, where you explore the culture and not necessarily under a travel aspect, but somehow. There is a slot on Arte, for example, that's called, the direct translation is Wonder World. So they're really going into a place, meet the locals, but it's more of a cultural one-off. But other than that, travel works best as a series and half hours, especially if you're thinking of a hosted series or that features a lot of locals. And now I forgot the first question. What's working best? Yes. Yeah, it's hard. Like from a distribution point of view, where we sell finished films, wildlife works best. Wildlife, blue chip, the least people possible. Ideally, just wildlife, because that's just traveling everywhere. There is no. That's definitely the most rewarding genre. As I said, try to be as well, not hybrid. It should either be a wildlife film or a science film or a travel show, and not everything in between, because you're just going to end up somewhere in the middle of everything, and no one will decide ever. And that's the thing about broadcasters at the moment, they don't decide. They take years. We're now selling programs that we've pushed last year. So it just takes a very long time in the process. So yeah, be specific about the genre. Don't mix them too much. In distribution, pure distribution, I think the market is a bit different for projects. You know, if you produce something for Arte or for a broadcaster, and I know for Nat Geo or PBS, then you can develop it with them. But yeah, speaking from straight distribution, I think that's the best advice I can give you. Be specific.
Thank you. I also have a question because I saw that you also take care of the part of the marketing and everything. We are very focused on impact films. So a lot of the times, if not always, they are connected to an impact campaign. Is this where, like somewhere that the distributors really focus on the marketing part? Or is it something that is done separate? How does it work?
No, it's usually done separately because it's just too much. We have, I don't know, thousands of hours that, I mean, we don't, but you know, a lot of distributors do. So it's something that's a completely different market and a completely different focus, but it's also in general fine. Like we have a lot of producers that we work with and we help them with their festival strategy and, you know, and it's always fine to organize screenings in local communities that usually doesn't interfere with any rights, except for, you know, the big octopuses and Nat Geo who wants all the rights. But in general, public broadcasters, they're totally fine with screenings as long as it doesn't appear on YouTube or behind a paywall from the festivals. But yeah, other than that, we'll leave that with the producer.
And you suggested wildlife, and you said wildlife sells, you know, generally, natural history particularly. Would you say a TV hour or series? One question. Second question is, we often speak about blue cheap versus blue chip. Is there a high production value level that we could produce something out at that does not necessarily have the crazy zillions that the BBC and them throw into some of those films that kind of give us a chance, that give us an opportunity to try and get into the market?
Yeah, I think pure distribution is quite broad. So, you know, a finished film, but by the way, they will pay the same license fees for a film that has $1 million budget and a film that has 100,000. You know, there is the same license fee from the producers. They just have that budget for that 1 hour. So I think when it comes to distribution, this is like anything is possible. And we have a lot of producers who will, you know, produce a film for 100,000. And I mean, technically, you know, it will still look great. You can still do 4K, you know, and at the end of the day, it depends on the story. If you have a very strong story and you finance that with 100K, in distribution, it can sell as good as Green Planet. It's true. And so when it comes to financing, that's a whole different thing. So when you need to finance your film, you know, they will be more particular because you need to stand out. They, especially public broadcasters who pay like 10 or who finance 10 films a year. So you need to stand out for that. But when it comes to acquisition of finished projects, there's a broader range. Was there a second question?
Morning, everyone. My name's Faisal. I'm a wildlife filmmaker from Kenya. Thanks for this. Unfortunately, I came in a bit late, but loved it. Quick question I have is, sometimes when you're dealing with distributors, they're always they'd ask you your budget. What is your budget for your shoot, for your production? Is there a reason for that? I mean, you just said that whether you spend $100 or $1 million, it doesn't matter. But I'm just curious, why do they ask what is your budget on this production?
Well, it's mostly for cases where you still need some financing in place, you know, so you're still looking for partners to come on board, so they want to evaluate the production value, but I think nowadays you can have a very good film for 100K as long as you have a good story and you will still have the wildlife shots. It depends, is it a film, you know, where you actually have to sit 3 years in the field, or is it a story that can be told in the summer? So, you know, but in general it helps us to evaluate the content. But for us, at least, it's the story that comes first and that needs to be different. Because like I said, everything has been done. Every wild country exists already. So now is the time to move along and see, okay, what specific stories are there? So I think now is really the time to use the stories to convince. So we don't ask that question, by the way. So.
Hello. Hi. I just wanted to ask you, like, other than the time duration, for example, is there can you hear me? No?
Yes. It's just like this other.
Yeah. Other than the time duration, for example, is there a certain treatment that makes a wildlife film more fit for TV? I'm going in the lines of, is there, like, because the traditional format has always been natural history, is there a movement that's kind of breaking out of that format now, or is that still more viable for TV, the same natural history sort of format?
No, I think wildlife is, again, very rewarding across platforms because it's something that can travel well, and so that's definitely something that works across platforms. I think the question was more about the format. So if you have a one-off or a series.
No, not about that, but about the treatment of the film itself.
Yeah.
Like for TV, I mean, when you talk about wildlife films, it's mostly been natural history films that we've seen, right? But I feel like now people are exploring other styles of, arranging that narrative, which is not necessarily natural history, right? Like, because we are also exploring diverse voices telling the same stories. So do you feel like that is coming into that has viability in the TV scene? I mean, those sort of narratives, or do you think it's still natural history which is a better bet?
No, I mean, in general, pure wildlife sells best. Then we also have human-animal interaction, so that's maybe a bit more. That also works, but less than pure wildlife. That's for sure. But again, at the end of the day, you need to be in between the genres. You have to stick to one genre and not be in between. Like, if it's too scientific, the science buyers will be like, oh, this is for the wildlife department, and vice versa. So you don't want to be in the middle. But I think nature itself has a place with and without people in general. But overall, pure wildlife still sells best.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
I'm good. My name is. Yeah, I have to start it like that. My name is Simpiwe Nyawose. I am a filmmaker. My question is, how open are, environmental sort of like distributors to more lifestyle type of, content that might not necessarily be like with animals, and nature, but sort of like telling the similar stories about the environment. So I'll give you like context. My film is about fashion, fast fashion, and tackling that sort of like topic. So how open is the distributors to something that's more lifestyle, as opposed to maybe like wildlife in the jungle, animals, and that sort of thing?
Well, it depends on what kind of fast fashion. Like, is it more leaning towards current affairs even? Is there a problem that you're trying, a problem around fast fashion?
Yes,
because then
yes.
I would actually see this more in the current affairs space than in wildlife or nature. So nature buyers would probably not pick that up, but would probably send it to the current affairs department in general. But again, I always reference Arte as a broadcaster because they're actually really looking for other stories as well. So the thing is, you have I say positive and negative slots. So you have if you have a problem and you can't have a solution at the end, then that's probably more going to go to the current affairs section. But Arte also has a series, for example, Good News from Planet Earth, where you have a problem in the beginning and you present solutions, somehow of a positive outlook. So so if it goes in this direction, then it can also be part of one of those discovery slots or nature and wildlife slots. But that's I think probably a bit more hybrid. But yeah, it needs to be like what is the end? What story are you telling? Is it more current affairs or more environmental? And is the outlook bad or good?
I just want to come back to this 100K thing for wildlife, because you've got us very excited. I just want to check, and I'm thrilled that you said they would license the same figure for a BBC $1 billion.
Well, the BBC probably has deals in place where they secure more funding,
I'm sure.
Yeah,
but how often are there wildlife 1 hour specials produced for about 100K? Because that suddenly brings that right in our, we can go to our local funders, we can put, with creative kind of producing, we can raise 100K to produce a 1 hour, or maybe even 2 1 hour specials, wildlife specials, because of the unique access that we have, and because of now, as we are growing this community of storytellers with the skill set and getting access to and with the access to gear that we have, we can kind of change the costing model quite a bit.
Like I said, when it comes to distribution, it's they have a volume that they need to fill. So they have the same budget for 1,000 hours. So it's not like they're picking up 15 hours where they finance, but it's mostly about the distribution and then the volume that they need to pick up. So they don't make that difference. And it depends on, for example, an Arte budget is 60,000. An Arte, so for the discovery slot, if you go through ZDF, it's 60 to 90. It depends on what angle, but it's a bit too detailed now. But let's say roughly between 60 and 90. So there are programs that are financed for that. It just depends on the story. You can't sit in the field for 3 years, obviously, but you can tell the story of a summer. So that's something in distribution that would still work.
And the frequency of those kind of things happening?
I mean, Arte has a daily slot. And so they don't commission 360, and I know that Christian will kill me for that. No, but they have a lot of volume. And they're feeding in from France, from Germany, from the different broadcasters. So there is a lot of volume going through Arte in that segment.
Hi. So I made a environmental film a couple of years ago, and it was actually about the oil refineries just down the road in Durban here. And in the film, we name-dropped a lot of oil companies, and so my producer really struggled to get distribution because of that. Do you have any advice for someone making a film about, topics like that, where, there's maybe certain issues in there that distributors don't want to pick up? Do you have any advice for producers tackling that type of problem?
Again, is that leaning more towards current affairs and a problem, or? Yeah, that's something that we don't necessarily do because it's a much faster market. When it comes to current affairs program, they usually sell for a year or two and then they become old.
It wasn't current affairs. We were speaking about something that's been going on for decades. So although the problem still exists, we were retelling stories and speaking about things that has been happening in decades past.
Again, I think at the end of the day, it's just what is the outlook? Is it like something that's a problem and there is no solution to it? Then it's trickier. If you have an outlook somehow, where solutions are presented, then that's in general working a bit better. But I think we would probably need to talk about the individual film for me to help you assess a bit more. Yes.
Good day, thank you. I'm Lou from Libas NPO and also a producer sometimes. Please enlighten us. It appears to me that most of, or maybe some of our films, to a certain extent, are linked between these current affairs and environmental. So I think it would be just to get a difference in your view between what really is a current affairs category and how do you deal with and the other one, vice versa as well.
Sorry, I didn't.
You've mentioned the current affairs.
Yes.
As a category.
Yes.
So I'm saying some of our films, if I listen to my peers, and they'll be most likely linked between the current affairs and the environmental. Mm-hmm. So it would be better to have a clear insight as to what is the difference between the two. Because what he's saying now is that it's not the current affairs, it's an environmental, and I understand where it's coming from. But you could view it as something that is happening, needs to be addressed, etc. And therefore it falls into the current affairs. So I'm asking for a clear difference between the two.
I don't think there is a clear difference. It depends on the film itself. So when you have something, a problem, and you don't have a positive outlook at the end, then I would say it's current affairs. You basically present the world as it is, and you show the problems, and then basically leave the audience with, trying to make their mind up about something. If you take it more on a viewer experience where they can lean back and be educated about something and also have a solution, then I would probably more see it in an environmental nature slot. But it depends on the individual theme, like on individual project. There are different definitions for slots. There are, it can be either or, but in general, our experience, we don't do current affairs, I will admit that, but the current affairs are much more POV, not necessarily don't necessarily have a narrator, and so that's probably more current affairs. But but again, I think it's a very individual case on the different slots that there are.
We are running late for the next session. We're going to take one last question, and then we got to start the next session. Okay.
Hi, thank you for that. I'm from Bangladesh. I have questions regarding two different films. One is much more human rights related and migration related. It was produced during the World Cup about Bangladeshi migrants working in Qatar. A lot of distributors showed a lot of interest, but then became very shy because they said Qatar was a sensitive topic and didn't want to touch it. So I don't know what our solution might be. The other is a series of films that have just been produced regarding the recent revolution in Bangladesh, the student-led revolution in Bangladesh. It's a range of films, small, big, whatever, from 52 minutes to 3 minutes by different people. But they're all about this student-led revolution, which we would like to show as much to counter the disinformation that is being produced as, for revenue generation. What would your advice be?
Well, for the Qatar film first, that's very hard to sell because as soon as it gets political, the buyers will be afraid too. So they're buying thousands of hours, so they will not risk much attention from their audience. So that's probably going to be tricky, especially if something is now in the past. So that could have probably worked prior to the World Cup, and I think there were a few programs on German TV, for example. But I think afterwards it's tricky to sell because the event is over, and so the buyers are basically moving on, and that's tough. And then the other one, again, is probably more current affairs, so I can't say too much about it. I know that the general current affairs slots are also one-offs and 52 minutes mostly, or they're included as a segment in, magazines. Magazines are reportage, but that's not something distributors usually do, at least in our field. There are specific distributors who focus just on current affairs, so maybe talk to them, like there's Java in France, who's doing a lot of current affairs, but yeah, in our field, that's not something we would do, unfortunately. All right. I'm around all week. Find me. I'm happy to answer any individual questions. Sometimes it's a bit too particular. I need to get a feeling of the film and project, but I'm here.
Thank you so much, Anne. And she is around all week, and we're going to make sure she'll be back next year to answer some more questions. So.
And if anybody else wants a straw, I have more.
Thank you so much. Please give us a few minutes as we set up our next session. Thank you very much, everybody. One more round of applause, yeah?
The aim of the toolkit the tools are used to define narratives, inspire engagement, and unlock change. So I'm Ruth Campbell. I've spent the last 10 years working as a wildlife filmmaker, producer, and director. But I now am working for an organisation called Climate Cymru as the storytelling, press, and digital content manager. Cymru is the Welsh language word for Wales, which is a small nation that sits off the west of England. And we are the leading climate and environmental campaign organisation in Wales. So the Imagine Action journey started about a year and a half ago, and it was born out of an increasing concern for the cultural war in which we all face. And this is the weaponisation of the anti-climate rhetoric. Climate and ecological campaigners, as we all know, are operating against this tide of a well-funded fossil fuel industry and a growing populism and far-right movement that are riding this wave and distorting narratives around climate and environmental action. And so, as everyone in this room knows, there's a real compelling need for the collective power in the wake of this cultural war and a need to organise ourselves from the grassroots. So we're living in this world of outdated and toxic narratives that are being reinforced by the status quo. And as such, doing the right thing in a system that's just not set up for it can sometimes feel like really hard work, and work that's too hard and too expensive and a massive sacrifice. And this is true not only for communicators but like ourselves, but it's also being felt within the wider public. But as a collective, we've been researching and packaging ideas into something that can work in many landscapes, developed as a collective piece of work and a toolkit that's designed to complement and enhance the current work that's being done. You only have to look around this room to see that there are lots of good people doing some great work. And so by using a collective approach, we have tried to come up with a way that we can work together for sort of more positive change. So using this collective approach, we asked a network and a team of leading researchers and thinkers to come up with what they wanted out of a toolkit like this. And there were three really clear shared ideas that came out of that piece of work. And that was, people wanted to be able to define the narratives on their chosen topic. They didn't want to sit in this status quo. They wanted to have a say on how the narratives were defined. They also wanted to more effectively inspire public and political engagement. And they also wanted to be part of something bigger than themselves. They wanted to be part of a wider cultural shift. But what do we mean by cultural shift? So, humans understand the world through stories and storytelling, and culture itself is a collection of these stories that we hold together as a group of people with a level of shared agreement. Narratives sit slightly differently, and narratives are the way that we tell those stories. So the way that those stories are framed, what we choose to leave in, what we choose to take out, and the details that are expressed by the framing of that information. And it's a combination of these stories and culture and narratives that shape how we think about how we act and about what we prioritize. So in order to shift the culture around environmental and climate action, we need to change the narratives that are surrounding the action and the wider interconnecting issues like poverty, social justice, race, nature, and peace. So I'm going to play you this short video that really brings to life this idea of cultural shift. Oh, we don't have sound. We don't have sound, no. We have tech. You just go to the next slide.
So let's see if it's coming through. So it's not coming through your laptop either. So make sure. into your laptop. I'm getting no sound from the laptop. This one. Sorry, where is it? Forward.
Yeah. After this one, next one, yeah, that one.
Have you heard the story about two young fish swimming through the sea one day when an older fish swims past them and says, "Morning, how's the water?" The two young fish continue swimming side by side, looking a little puzzled, before one turns to the other and says,
Your port does work, right? Sorry, this port work.
Yeah, normally.
Sure. But sometimes it doesn't work. It's not wrong.
Oh yeah, you could mic up the computer and just point the microphone
Okay,
down.
let's do it because I'm not sure why it's not working. It should have been playing. So let's see something clear. Okay, let's do that. Let's try that. What you say now makes sense. Okay, so you're gonna do this.
It's not playing at all. Is it because that's it?
That's the HDMI. Go try it again. This is it. I don't know why it's doing that to you. Let's check one more time. Let's come into the HDMI.
Have you heard the story about two young fish swimming through the sea one day when an older fish swims past them and says, "Morning, how's the water?" The two young fish continue swimming side by side, looking a little puzzled, before one turns to the other and says, "What the hell is water?" Human beings are a little like the two fish. We are so immersed in the dominant culture we're part of that we often don't recognize or stop to reflect on the important ways that it shapes our values, hopes, and aspirations. Different understandings of how the world is and should be are conveyed to us, often very subtly, in numerous ways every day. Through the media we consume, the words and actions of family members, politicians and celebrities, our places of work and education, the advertisements we see and the places we visit. These messages add up to influence what we value, both as individuals and as societies. How much do we value financial wealth and status, for example, compared to community and flourishing nature? The answer, in part, determines what we think and do about social and environmental issues. Efforts to make our world better often feel painfully inadequate. They often don't address the root causes of the challenges we're facing. To create the momentum needed to step up to multiple social and environmental crises, we need to see different values championed in our cultures. Values of care, equality, creativity and togetherness, instead of power, wealth and individual success. This is one important part of building new ways of living that can work for all life.
So, yeah, hopefully that brings the concepts to life for you a little. Well, sorry about the interlude there, the tech issue. So I'd like us to just pause for a minute in this sort of busy space. We're going from speakers to speakers and networking moments. So I just want to take a little pause to take a moment on what you are personally trying to do in the world with your work. And do you think that that work that you're trying to do is constrained or affected by those cultural waters in which we all swim? And by that, I mean those culturally, widely held cultural attitudes that surround us. So I'm just going to pause for a second so you can just reflect on that question. So what the Imagine Action toolkit's trying to do is trying to take a collective approach to create the cultural and political conditions where ambitious action is happening and transformation is possible. A useful concept to this is called the Overton window, and the box in the diagram represents a window of what's called political possibility. What messages, actions, topics, or policy that's politically acceptable to the mainstream population at any given time. The key to this oh, sorry, I'm moving on too fast. So the key to this concept is this window can shift, it can change, it can expand, it can contract. And critically, we can actively seek to shift this window ourselves. So an example of this would be to think about what the political and public attitude is for climate and environmental action that requires a significant personal sacrifice versus climate and environmental action that can significantly improve our lives. So these are both stories around the same topic, climate and environmental action, but you can see how with the narrative of personal sacrifice, a lot of the mainstream public opinion would be that this is unthinkable or radical. Whereas if we frame it in the narrative of something that can significantly improve our lives, it suddenly becomes acceptable, sensible, or even popular. So you can see how in that simple example we can shift the narrative on a story that we're trying to tell. I'm going to carry on talking because actually the slide doesn't necessarily add to that much. I want to recognise that before I move on to the toolkit, that capacity is limited, and this is not something to be added to your to-do list. It's designed to be in service to your work and make the message more effective. At the same time, contributing to this wider cultural shift that we all know is needed. And so the toolkit is designed to provide this collective strategic approach so that all of the amazing projects and work that everybody in this room is doing can be working together, contributing towards the wider shift that we all, to the extent of the power that we all need to have against this sort of tide of very well-funded toxic narratives. Yes.
I'm honestly not sure why it's kicking you out. Let's hope it don't. Okay. Are you still there?
Yeah, thanks.
Maybe I must sit here.
Yes.
See, I don't know. I can't tell you. It's kicking your laptop out in one way. You don't think you need your notes, huh? I can't even do it at the back. You need your notes. I said I can't put the laptop at the back. You need your notes.
I need my notes.
Alright. Okay, carry on. Let me stay here and see what happens.
Okay. So I'd like you to all pause for a second to think about an issue or change where the narrative needs defining and the window of possibility needs to shift. You can chat to your partner if you want, or just think by yourself.
Doesn't like your laptop. See this? Doesn't like your laptop. Okay. Let me just try something quickly. Yeah. You can use mine maybe. Okay, let me just
No. It's not that, it's in PowerPoint.
Sorry. Let's minimize that. Go back to PowerPoint. Change the resolution. Let's hope that works. The resolution was too high.
So because of the tech issues, I'm going to just skip the sharing moment there and see if we can get a little bit more back on track. So here we are. We've got this program of work called Imagine Action. I'm going to go through the 10 tools that you can use and give examples of how other people have already used them, which I hope will make it less theoretical and a little more relatable to your work. Just like any other toolbox, you don't need to use every single tool for every piece of work. In fact, sometimes it's not appropriate to use a tool for a piece of work. But we have found that by layering the tools on top of one another, it really compounds the positive effects of this toolbox. So, tool number 1, it's about better future framing. It's one thing to say that we want to shift a narrative away from a toxic narrative, but we first need to define and distill what we want to shift that to. And so the Imagine Action programme, the narrative that we're focusing on is done right, climate action will improve our quality of life and lead to a far better future for our communities. So this is all about breathing clean air, swimming in clean water, energy bills that are far lower, and the profits that are going straight back into our local communities. Rivers running clean. We're more connected to our communities because we share more, care more, and we live in a society built around the well-being of the many rather than the profits of the few. Imagine what it would be like to live in a great rejuvenation of nature. This narrative can relate to any social group, for an individual to a whole nation. And it allows that group, organisation, community or town to imagine what a better future looks like for them, tell their own version of this better future. So one thing it's important to say is that this narrative takes climate action with a broad lens, and it includes action to address the breakdown of nature, inequality, cost of living, social and racial injustice, and other interconnecting causes. And that's an important point that sits underneath this headline, is this interconnection of crises. So one way to land this narrative and to make it really feel really real for people is by inviting them to imagine what that future looks like for them. And as storytellers and filmmakers, we can do this through our films. And I'd like to share with you now a short film that was made by one of the Climate Cymru volunteers that really takes this tool and uses it in situ.
The air around me is fresh and the water is pure. And our coastlines are pristine. This is 2035. We took a profound, urgent, fair but equal action towards the challenges that we faced in the past. And guess what? We actually succeeded. Yeah, we did. There's so much relief, so much optimism, so much joy, so much kindness around me. And there's so much rejuvenation of nature, as you can see. And our children, well, both our children and ourselves, we are healthy, both in our minds and in our body. And in terms of our time, you know, we have so much time now to show each other kindness, to show each other care and even empathy. And our goals? Well, I'll tell you this, we're almost there.
So that's just a small clip from a longer film from Hebi. That is available online, so if anybody wants to reach out, I can send them a link to that film. But you can see there how she's imagining that future for her audiences and presenting it to them in quite a sort of clear way. So tool number 2 is all about these interconnected crises, shared causes and shared solutions. Combining narratives on a solution can dramatically increase the appetite for political and public action. So do we do climate action or shall we address the cost of living? This can often seem in conflict to one another, but if we flip that, we can highlight that low-cost community energy can pour profits back into rural communities. Energy efficiency that brings amenities and lower expenses. Another common one is, do we fund nature recovery or do we have more funding for welfare or other urgent issues, sort of flooding or mental health versus restoring of nature? But we can frame this in flooding or restoring nature will restore our health and well-being. So presenting action as a solution to the other issues rather than in competition to them. Tool number 3 is about the future that we choose. There was a critique in the sort of pilot stages of this project that recognized that if we just focus on positive possible futures, that we're failing to tell the truth about the risks and the negative outcomes of the climate and ecological breakdown. But research did show that fear of the future defined by inaction is not motivation enough to bring the changes necessary, nor does it cultivate in people the kindness and generosity and togetherness that we share, that a shared positive vision will. But it is perfectly possible and very powerful to hold these two possible futures alongside each other and present them as a choice defined by either inaction or action. And the difference between these futures isn't marginal or superficial. It's stark and powerful. And that can be a powerful motivating factor so that we can start to transform our society with the urgency that it needs. So I'd like to take a second, if you feel comfortable, perhaps you'd like to close your eyes, but you're more than welcome to leave your eyes open if it makes you more comfortable. But close your eyes and I want you to imagine yourself in a place of nature that is really important to you. I want you to be there, I want you to feel it, hear it, smell it. And now you're there, I want you to start taking the nature out, piece by piece. Observe as the nature's destroyed. And look at the inaction that caused this destruction, the pollution, the injustice, whatever is relevant in the landscape that you have chosen. How are the people in that space? What are they doing? We're not going to dwell here, but I just want you to take stock for a moment in that place. Now I want you to start injecting pieces of climate action into that space. The air clears, the nature starts to come back. Imagine a great rejuvenation of nature, abundance. Whatever climate action makes sense in that space. Imagine the communities, the individuals, the policymakers taking that positive environmental action that goes beyond your starting place towards a better future that you imagine for that space that you know and love. So you can open your eyes again. How did that feel for you? Just say for a moment with how that felt, imagining those two futures side by side. How significant was this difference? As content producers and communicators and filmmakers, we can do this for our audiences visually. So tool number 4 has 2 parts. It's attention and depth. And there's a difference between the theory of future defined by action and inaction, and then really noticing it and feeling it. We're seeing thousands of pieces of content each week, and only a few really stick with us, a few moments that moved us that can define the trajectories of our lives. It's a noisy communication space, and we need to carefully consider how we grab people, be that through shock, emotion, intrigue, relevance. We all need to think about what is our hook. How do you stop the scroll or, get the notice of that commissioner in that pitching opportunity that you had? We want to expose people to our messages, but we also want depth. So we want to think about how we break through people's armor and into their hearts and minds. Tool number 5 is the power of stories. We've spent hundreds and thousands of years shaping our view on the world through stories. We dream in stories, we define ourselves in stories, and we're moved and changed by the cultural stories that surround us. There are some basic principles to storytelling that can be integrated in our work, and in a room full of storytellers, I'm not going to go too much into detail on these slides because I know that you guys all do specific labs on storytelling and I don't have much time today to go through it. Normally I talk about story structure and some key components of story. But before I move on, I do want to just touch on the fact that storytelling goes beyond the content which we produce. Every networking moment that we have this week, we're telling our own story to the people that we're meeting. Our social media channels, we're putting our story out to the world. So I want you to start thinking about story as going beyond that content storytelling and into those sort of wider cultural waters. What stories are we telling and how are we shaping those narratives of ourselves and of the things that we believe in? So I want to just say quickly that these tools are not in any hierarchical structural order. And actually, tool number 1 and tool number 6 in the order that they're currently sitting are probably some of the two most powerful tools that have really strong research that backs them. So tool number 6 is values as a powerful driver for change. So this is grounded in really important and cutting-edge research. We have core values that really represent who we are as human beings and the people that we want to be under the surface. But we're pulled all over the place by our environment and the situation and the pressures around us, social norms, advertising, and by the media that we consume. So this is a really interesting model. It was developed by an organisation called the Common Cause Foundation, who were also key in the development of the Imagine Action programme. This is a values map, and it's key for us to understand if we want to change the narrative and culture. So on the map, you'll see the values laid out. This is derived from a collection of research, international research that's been done over many decades, but been brought together to understand sort of the core values that society and humans sort of understand collectively as a whole. So I want you to, on this map, have a look and see what values you see as most important. Which values on this map do you hold in highest regard? Perhaps a few people can shout out ones that they see on there that really speak to them. Are there any that jump out to the room as being really important personally? Unity with nature, yes. So I think probably everybody in this room sees a unity of nature. Any others? Self-discipline. Anybody else? Respect for tradition, yeah. And then I want you to think about how you see the rest of society. Where do you see other members of society who sit outside your community, outside this community? Where do you think they generally sit? What values do they think you think that they hold in high regard?
Social power.
Yeah.
Social power.
Thank you, yeah. Security, yeah. Yeah, so interestingly, the research showed that, in the top right, we have what's known as the intrinsic values. So they're grouped together in this group, and they're called intrinsic values. Values like unity with nature, social justice, friendship. The research shows that most of us hold our intrinsic values in high regard. That is who we are at our core. And this was true across countries, across ages, and even across political divides. And so using values can be a really powerful antidote to polarization, reaching across the divide so that audiences to audiences that are generally harder to reach. Because no matter what an individual's narratives are on certain topics, these widely held values ring true and make the messaging more agreeable. So Then when I asked you about what you think society holds in wider regard, a few things were mentioned, and it was more on the bottom of the chart and the bottom left of the chart. And these are known as extrinsic values, and they sit in polar opposite to the intrinsic values. And it was actually shown that they're quite hard for humans to hold those two values at the same time when that was kind of put under research. But interestingly, during the research, it was found that despite intrinsic values being held really widely across society, most individuals thought that the rest of society held these extrinsic values in higher regard. And so the researchers called this the perception gap. And this gap demonstrates that culturally, humans believe that they are less intrinsic than they actually are. And so knowing this and trusting in these shared intrinsic values presents a real opportunity to reach new audiences and affect positive change. But it's also important to know, I've been talking about which values you hold in high regard, but it's important to recognize that these values are not fixed. We move around this values map from one minute to the other, and there's nothing explicitly wrong with, wanting to feel successful, for example. But like I say, they found that you can't sit in both sides of the map at the same time. So as communicators, sorry, I'm jumping ahead. So yeah, what we need to know is that people move around this map all the time. 1 minute I can be out in a world of nature, and the next minute I'm standing on stage in front of you all being worried about my public image. So by recognizing this, and also recognizing that values can be primed in people, we can sow the seeds of values. We can start as communicators moving people around this values map in order to prime them with our message that we want to create. So if we're dealing with a generally polarizing issue, we can prime the values around, love, true friendship, honesty, which are generally held by society as acceptable. And then we can start moving them to a space where they're ready to hear about a difficult topic around the love of nature, which can be a polarizing topic politically. And we can see this on the other side of the map as well. So, for example, in advertising, it makes us desire things, maybe cultivating the need for social recognition, helping us understand that if we buy that latest iPhone, that latest fashion item, that everybody's going to think that we're successful and wealthy and fashionable. So the research shows that if we prime these values, we're much more likely to take action in climate, social, environmental spaces, and more generally, civic engagement increases. So this is where we can start to use our specific messaging and the values to work towards this wider cultural shift and prime people to be ready to hear those harder hitting messages. So I've just got a short video to show you that really puts this into action. Just a little bit of a background. This is specifically talking to an issue in the UK. It's a UK-based campaign specifically for a UK audience, but the issue is one that is being faced around the world at the moment, and it's all about how people feel about refugees coming into the country. Generally, this is a really polarizing issue in the UK, and you'll see here how this campaign uses those intrinsic values to prime people and bring them round to a way of thinking that they perhaps, if they'd just been asked the end question outright, wouldn't have said the same thing.
My best friend.
My family.
Is there a limit of what you do for your mum?
There's no limit at all. I'm ride or die.
Would you swap place with them in the Hunger Games? Ooh. Would you fight a shark to save your mum?
Probably. I feel like I'd catch it in the nose.
You take a bullet for them?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, probably.
Bell.
You want what's best for your family, you know what I mean?
Spend a night in a haunted house with your family?
That's probably a no.
Pretty much do anyway. Swim the channel for your partner?
If I thought I could, yeah.
Yes. Would you put your life on the line for your children?
Yep.
Would you break the law for them?
Yes.
Or if they got kidnapped, would you pay £4,000 for their freedom?
Yeah. one should ever have to go through that. That takes courage, you know.
I see it on the news and that, and because I'm not in that situation, so I don't really look at it that hard. But now talking to you, yeah, I get it.
So you can see how powerful these values can be in what could be a very polarizing messaging. So moving on, the seventh tool in the toolkit is future generations framing. This is a compelling tool to motivate action. It's all about that powerful bond between parent and child. There are enormous global data sets on this, and they say that it's by far the most powerful motivator for climate action. The example I've given here is pretty on the nose. It's a children's TV program, but we can talk about future generations framing in our scripting, and more subtly about bringing the thoughts and ideas about family, about children. We saw that in the film we've just seen, bringing people into that space where they're thinking about children who mean a lot to them and what future they might have. Tool number 8, messenger is important as message. I have put a lovely photo of a lot of you lot up here because this is something that is really at the heart of NEWF's mission. It's so important that people need to see people like them speaking in their language about things that matter to them. The messenger is as important as the message. So audiences will be ready to hear different messages from different messengers. So if, for example, a politician comes to a flood-hit community and says, we all need to do our part, it lands very differently to if a member of the community says the same thing, in exactly the same words. But this messenger goes beyond just the optics. So Climate Cymru, for example, operates in a country where there is a native language, Cymraeg, which is Welsh. And so all of the work that we do is bilingual because 30% of the country speak Welsh. And it's really important that they see themselves reflected in the messaging that we put out there. And I just think it's important to mention something like that in this room because a lot of people in this room will be operating in countries with several languages or operating within communities that speak a different language to them. And while it's not always possible on small budgets and quick turnaround projects to put something in place to get things translated into local languages, it's a really important thing to consider that if it is possible, even if you work with a local translator just to provide a subtitled version, that this is a really important way of presenting something in somebody's voice that goes beyond just that, who is your presenter, how are they chosen? And the other thing I want to say, actually just speaking from a wildlife filmmaker perspective, operating for organisations in the global north, there is an increasing appetite for providing local language versions of films. So if you do find yourself working with an international large budget production, do feel it's possible to raise a conversation with that production company to find out whether or not there's budgets available to provide a locally translated version. The answer might just be no, but you might plant a seed in their mind that that's something that is important to the communities that you're working in. And you'll find more and more that that answer won't necessarily be no. They might go away and think about it and see if they can pull together some finance. Because the reality is in these big budget productions, it's a drop in the ocean to have something translated into a local language. So tool number 9 is all about empathy. So it's the ability to put ourselves in another person's shoes. It's about designing the message to appeal to those that we're trying to reach, so that we're not just talking about the things that are important to us. So unlike the passive act of sympathy, empathy is an active approach. It's all about reaching out, observing, tuning in, relating to, and connecting to the issue in somebody else's shoes. So I'd like you to invite you now to go back to that question that I posed at the start of what in your work are you trying to do, and take the same piece of work and ask yourself who the audience is that you're trying to reach. and just take a second to think about how you might use empathy to transcend those cultural barriers to deliver your message to your audience in a meaningful way. And now we're at tool number 10, the final tool in the toolkit, and it's about being local and relevant. It can be the most powerful message in the world, but if your audience doesn't feel like it's relevant to their life, then there won't be any action. This can simply be a call to action so that they can see how your message relates to them, or it can be something that makes, so it can be more, all-encompassing, where you're telling stories that are local and relevant rather than stories that are far away. I mean, there's lots of research that demonstrates the polar bear being the poster child of the climate and environmental movement was a massive mistake, because people don't relate, most people around the world do not relate to those images of the polar bear in a way that they will actually take action. Got an insect. So that's it. That's the 10 tools of the Imagine Action Toolbox. And if anybody does want to get a copy of this presentation emailed to them, they're very welcome to reach out to me. So we're really keen to apply, for this to be applied in all sorts of formats. So I've been showing you some videos now, but it could be through imagery, written form, opinion pieces, campaigns, social posts, and even events like this. You only need to look around at events like this that are using some of these tools in their campaigning and their like sort of posters around the place and their ethical guidelines being up on the wall. So I did have a few more examples of some of these tools in practice, but I know that we're not running over yet, but we've lost a bit of time due to the technical issues. So I don't know if anybody at this stage has any questions that they want to ask me, or whether you'd rather just see a few more examples of the tools in practice. Yeah, no questions? Okay, cool. I'll move on, and if anybody's got any questions at the end, then... So I'm not going to play the video again, but just going back to this video. We can see in this video that not only was their intrinsic values being used, but they were also using future generations framing by asking people about their family members and their children, what they would do for their children. They also thought very carefully about the messenger. There were representation from communities all across the UK in that video, different people with different accents, representing different groups of people, so that no matter who's looking at that video, they might see somebody who reflects themselves. And then they were also taking people on a journey of empathy. They were asking the contributors to put themselves in other people's shoes, and as such, they're taking the audience on a journey of putting themselves in someone else's shoes. They used attention-grabbing music, and then they took people to a place of depth and deep thought. Then in Hebi's film, again, she obviously uses storytelling. It's a well-rounded film rather than just a social media post. So she uses all of the sort of structured storytelling approaches. She talks about interconnected crises. She presents herself as the main presenter, and in Wales there aren't many pieces of climate communications with somebody who is black, or somebody, even women, to be honest with you, that are out there. And so she represents a group of people who are normally not seen and represented in the Welsh community. She also makes it local and relevant. So she uses really iconic imagery from around Wales. So anybody who's watching that can see how it's related, her vision of the future is related to them. And then again, I just want to, again, expand this toolkit beyond the idea that it's just for content. Like, it's really powerful when used in content, but it's also really powerful when you think about how you're telling your organization's story. And you can use all of these tools in emails that you write and websites, content that you create. You can use it on social media and think about how different, you can use empathy and future generations framing and all the tools on social media using different content, be it written or visual. And also on a stand at an engagement activity. I know lots of people in this room move around lots of conferences and represent the NEWF community at conferences. So it's a really useful toolkit as well to think about how you're representing yourself and NEWF as an organisation in any engagement activities. So that's it. That's the toolkit as a whole. I think we've got a question at the front here.
Yeah, thank you. Since you were showing the part of social media and how you can also use the same tools, what happens when you're doing like a cross-media kind of impact campaign, for example, and you have a film, and then you have the social media part, and then you have the screenings part, and you have... So do you adjust those values and things depending on who your audience is going to be for those different places? Because you do have a target audience, obviously, that's specific for a project, but then it might work differently in different media. How do you think of that, and how do you adjust?
So the way I use it in my work is I actually I refer to it at different stages of the process. So in the planning stages, just like with a planning and impact campaign, I think about the overall impact that the project is trying to create and what tools might be useful in that overall project plan. And then you're quite right. It might not be that you're using different tools, but the way that they're implemented might be different. A lot of digital content, and that goes out on social media for a public audience. But it also sometimes gets taken to the Senedd, which is the Welsh Government, and screened to politicians. And so I might do a different cut. So I'm still thinking about how I might use empathy, and I'm still thinking about how I might use future generations framing, but I might be relating it to certain policy documents that we're trying to specifically address for those audiences. So the tools are applied in very much the same way, and you might want to revisit the tools at the planning stage and then also at the production stage to see whether or not you want to adjust, whether or not a blanket approach is useful, or whether or not when you find yourself in the production phase, you're tweaking the way in which those tools are being implemented in order to have the greatest impact in that particular environment. But effectively, we're still working towards that first, I don't know how I'm going to get back to the start of the slideshow. Not very good at PowerPoint. So we're all still working towards that, that initial point, which I should probably just know off by heart. Which is the idea of these tools is to define narratives, inspire engagement, and unlock change. And so we're still working towards those shared narrative goals to work collectively. Because the idea is that you already know how to shape the message around the particular campaign that you are doing, and you know your subject inside out. That's not for me to sort of reflect on your specific subject. But what we're trying to do is see how all of our subjects are connected and create this cultural collective movement where we are working together to impact those wider cultural waters. And the great thing about this is that you not only then are doing your own work, but the work that you're doing, if it is impacting that wider cultural environment, then every single person in this room, the work they're doing, is collectively working towards making those that environmental condition where that transformation is possible. And so we're working together to shift that window of possibility and make sure that our messaging is more palatable to no matter what subject matter that we're dealing with.
Hi there. Hi. My name's Amira. Thank you so much. I think this is so brilliant.
I'm glad.
It's amazing. And so wonderful that you've put it in this way to share with all of us and other storytellers who are crafting their stories to have such a positive change, because a lot of us are impact producers, at the same time imagining that impact at the end of the day in the way that you've imagined it is wonderful. So thank you. And I wanted to find out, it's also so well researched. Did you do your own research? Can we learn more about it somewhere?
Yeah, so it was a big piece of work that's been done over a number of years, and it was developed by a whole team of leading thinkers and researchers. So a lot of people might have come across the Jacob Rowntree Charitable Trust. I can never say it, it's a big mouthful. But this work was funded by a grant application through them, and has also been supported by organisations like the Common Cause Foundation, who are leading thinkers in this social change space. And so it's been through loads of iterations, it's been through a big pilot project, and we're just launching now. And it just was really great that it coincided with my journey to NEWF. And so I contacted Noel and I said to him, look, I've got this new piece of work that I'm presenting, and I'd love to bring it to NEWF. And so yes, I'm using this, I'm a communications person. Well, I've been a filmmaker, but I'm moving into that sort of more broad digital communications content space. So I'm using the toolkit and delivering the toolkit, but it was devised by a lot of clever people, much cleverer than I am, so over a number of years, so yes.
And so where can we learn more about it?
Like I say, it's we are about to do our big official launch. So I've been delivering some of the toolkit trainings, and we're doing a number of other pieces of work under the Imagine Action umbrella. So there will be more online, but it's not on there yet. But what I suggest that you do, I'm going to have to go back to the last slide now. If you email me, anybody welcome to email me, then I can keep you up to date with the resources as they come online. I can also email you this presentation. And if you've got any questions about any specific pieces of work as well, you're welcome to email me, but I'm also here until Friday, and so if anybody does want to grab me and this has inspired them, but they're not quite sure how it would maybe be implemented in a specific piece of work, I'm happy to sit down for half an hour and chat about a specific project and see if I can help guide some thinking about how it could be implemented.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much for this presentation. I'd like to come back to the second video, which was, I think it really helped me understand how you could use intrinsic values, and it really touched me differently than you just coming uprightly to someone and saying, what do you think about this situation? So I'm also guessing that video was for an audience that would regularly be on social media, but say you had to take it to the policymakers. I'm curious as to how you would change that or use particular tools to shape that for policymakers. So I know it relates to the question Samira asked, but I'm just bringing this back to the video to get an example to really see how, if I was in that position, how will I do that? Or is it the way it is it good enough to just go to a policymaker?
Yeah, so it's a great question. So we, at Climate Cymru, we often will use sort of a social media style video like that, with production values like that, to sit alongside some sort of drier reporting and data sets that we want to present to policymakers. So sometimes that will be that we've managed to gain a meeting with a politician, or it might just be an email that we're sending out to a number of different policymakers. But it's a great, in terms of using that sort of Imagine Action toolkit, in terms of attention grabbing, using a video like that can just be a really good hook in with somebody who normally is very busy, and they're going to open an email with, here's a report on why you should change this policy because your current policy is destroying nature and we've got loads of research to demonstrate it. That might be a 20-page document, it might be a 100-page document. And so by landing that email with the document on it, to inspire them into the story of what you're trying to tell, it's a really great way, it's a really fun way of getting their interest and potentially encouraging them to spend the time opening the document and finding out a bit more. So that's kind of your hook. And, you know, we've got to remember that policymakers are just people too. They scroll social media, and so they will be moved and inspired by the same things that the public are inspired by. So, yeah, I tend to use a video like that, and I wouldn't be afraid to send a video like that to a policymaker, because it might just be a bit of light in their day, you know. They sit and they deal with quite a lot of hard-hitting topics, dry topics. And so to be presented to by a storyteller and a communicator, they might just go, oh, yeah, like I'm going to give this person the time of day because they've sent me something and it's brightened my spirits. And it's brought them as well into that intrinsic space. So even in that kind of initial email, you can see how these Imagine Action tools can work by opening an email and seeing something that brings you into the hearts and minds of those sort of people who are suffering through those intrinsic values. The policymaker may not just shut down at the idea that there's data that shows that they should be doing something differently. They might say, oh yeah, okay, I get it now. I kind of understand. I'm more primed to open that piece of research that is maybe telling me something that if it had just landed on my desk as it was, I wouldn't have been ready to hear. If there aren't any other specific questions, like I say, anybody can just grab me at any time. But I think I will finish because I know that, yeah, we had a few tech issues and I don't want to overrun the schedule too much. And there's a baby crying now, so you know. It must be the end of the session. But thank you all so much. It's been a real honour to be able to stand in front of you today, and a real honour to be invited to NEWF at all. I'm really excited to be here and look forward to the rest of the week. So thank you.
National Geographic Society. So when we get those fancy, posts about Africa Refocus and about you guys, 9 out of 10 times it's Raquel who's putting that out there and, really driving the people to our page. And so I'm really, really excited that both of you are here, and so excited that you guys are doing a session. And have fun, enjoy, ask a zillion questions, and tag, all those things. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Wow. What an introduction. I was going to introduce ourselves, but I guess we don't even need that. Thank you for the kind introduction. Like you said, we'd love for this to be a conversation. We want you all to ask a ton of questions if you have them. Feel free if there's something on there that I don't speak to or we don't talk about, but you do want to get into it, feel free. We'll have a time at the end for questions, but also this whole thing should be very casual and communication forward. So let us begin once we all settle in. Wow, so many faces here. So where do we start? This is the first question, because I really do want to gauge, how many of you, if you could show me a raise of hand, how many of you are like, where do I even begin with social media? Okay, all right, wow. A few of you here, okay. How many of you use it regularly, are on social chronically, maybe too much sometimes? How many of you love it? Okay. Great, we have a mixed bag here. This is great. And you can be both ways. Sometimes I'm like, where do I even begin? So I think it's really good that we're all in a similar place here. So the social landscape can be very vast and confusing. There's no real right way or wrong way to do it. Sometimes, there's a ton that you can do that's fun, that's playful, but there is a wrong way to do it. And I would say that is, if I can advance this, that is being authentic. So there's no specific wrong or wrong way, but by pretending to be what you're not, that is the wrong way. So be authentic to yourself, and that I think is a really great way for us to start, because we all have stories. We all have stories to tell, both personally and both with your work. So by pretending to be something that you're not, it's just not even necessary. So that is a great way to begin. And just to point on, being authentic and always being yourself, defining your voice, and specifically keeping it fun for social media. This is a platform that people online can really engage with your content better if you keep it fun, if you keep it interesting, and you are yourself. So all of these will lead to great engagement, but is also just a really great grounding point to who you are on social media and how you can stand out too. So here is a little bit more about how you can stand out. Think about the content that you want to seek online yourself. What do you like? What do you find interesting? That's a really great way to be thoughtful about what kind of content you should be making. If you see something that someone else is doing, how can you think like that? How can you be creative like that? It's all about the story you want to tell. So there's a lot of competition online, as we know. A ton of people are on social media. So how can you tell your own story in a compelling way and keep audiences interested in your point of view? We all here are storytellers in our own way, so how can you share that on social media? And then lastly here, keep it relevant. So why is this important? Why is it timely? Give a time and a place to the content that you're making, so that it can be relevant to the day and age.
maybe a little different than a bio that you use to submit to speak at an event. I have a very recent example. When this panel came about, when I submitted my bio, knowing that I would be talking to people from around the continent, I highlighted some of my experience working in Ghana, Botswana, and supporting this program in particular at the Society. So, you know, start with that basic foundation, but really feel free to tailor it to the occasion and the audience that you know will be in the room. And then the other thing I would say is, you know, keep it conversational. At Nat Geo, I write a fair amount of press releases and speeches, and often before I hit publish, I'll actually print it out and read it aloud and think, does that actually sound conversational? Like if I was having coffee with Nancy, if I was having dinner with Samira and Kim, sorry to pick on the faces in the room, I know, would I actually say that in a conversation? And if it feels clunky or not inviting, I rework it, and you know, if I wouldn't say it in a conversation, it wouldn't show up in my bio. So I try to strive for more friendly, approachable, conversant language.
Yeah, so how does that translate to an Instagram bio? That's a little bit more difficult because, you know, you have very limited characters. You have only 150 characters. So I would say for tips for bio writing for Instagram specifically, be clear. Say what you want to say, who you are in really succinct language. Keep it short. You know, with this character limit, maybe you write out just a few of the things that you're interested in. Be very concise and to the point, but also show your personality. You know, in texting, do you use emojis? Maybe you would use an emoji in your bio, and let your personality shine through. And then lastly, I would say always add a link if you have some sort of portfolio or a link that you want to drive people to. It's a really great way for people to learn more about your work and is a very easy to access spot for people who are looking at your bios there. For LinkedIn, this is a little bit more different because you have more availability to use more text. So here you can kind of describe what makes you tick a little bit more. So open up about what you love. How does that add context to your career? Think about the why behind your work and still write that in a short way. I wouldn't say write it lengthily, but I will say this is a really great way to showcase your storytelling. Explain your role. What is the main problem and how do you solve it? Frame your past, maybe your previous work or a previous project that you worked on. In what ways does it change the work that you're doing now, and how have you learned from it? And then I would say also add media. This is a really great and evolving platform. This might be surprising, but more and more video is being produced for LinkedIn as the 9:16 Instagram size. So don't be afraid to in posts add video, but also in your profile add images from your recent work, and you can add that right into your bio. So these are some specific platforms, but if you have any more questions about other platforms, we can get into that as well. But I thought that these two would be great to highlight. So now we're going to get into what are you posting? How are you producing your content? I'm going to start this part by giving you all a little bit of an activity to start thinking about your content. So I want you just to take maybe a few minutes, a few moments, to answer some of these questions, either in your notebooks or in your mind. I'm inspired by blank. Something most people don't know about me is what I want people to know about my work is, and how I want to be known. I think those questions are really great thought starters to shape the content that you're going to be making for your channels. So I'll give you guys just maybe a minute. All right, could we have some volunteers to share some of their answers for these? Who would like to share something they're inspired by? Yeah. Oh, that's great. Love that answer. Anyone else? Yeah. That's great. How about something most people don't know about me is? Put someone on the spot. Yeah. Oh, that's great. That's really great. What about what I want people to know about my work is? Oh, yeah, okay. I want people to know about my work that they will benefit from it. It's not enough if I know it. It's also about sharing what it is that you can and how to serve. Yeah, amazing. Yeah.
What I want people to know about my work is the intersection of planetary health and human health.
Great.
I want to be known by my social activism through associating scientific research with social sciences and understanding how conservation doesn't always include local communities and how we can do better.
And I would like people to know more about the behind the scenes of producing, videos for environmental journalism. Because sometimes I feel that we put videos out there and people don't know that it took 6 months, to produce that.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. So, yeah, it's good. I think it would be great to find a way of, translating that as well.
You're setting us up very well for a future slide.
Yes. Anyone else? Yeah.
That not all work done by social scientists is intended to sometimes thinking of doing tangible ones as well.
Yeah. Great answer. How about the last one? I want to be known by my blank. Oh. Yeah. Yeah.
I want to be known by what I'm doing so that people, first is what I'm doing and then is my name. So when they speak about marine space, marine conservation, they speak about what I'm doing, is my community, and then they will mention my name.
That's great. Anyone else?
I want to be known by the inspiration I got from my grandmother or weaving using scientific stories of environmental consciousness, fashion, storytelling, and celebrating women in science.
Yeah, that's amazing. I love it. Anyone else? Yeah. Amazing. All right, so these are all amazing answers, and you shared it with us. I say share it online. I think the social audiences are eager. It sounds like all great pieces of content that you can make. So use these questions as you're thinking through, what do I post? How do I engage with my audiences? These questions can really be a ground for creating things that mean something to you and feel authentic to you. So things to keep in mind for engagement. I know this is a challenging atmosphere and sometimes hard to wrap your head around because it's always evolving, but I would say these are things that might not change. So you're always encouraged to post when you're out on assignment, post when you're out in the field. People want to see it, see what you're doing, how it works. I would say that kind of behind the scenes look is really, really an interesting place to come from. You don't have to post everything at once. Maybe you're out in the field, very busy, I'm sure. So maybe you do it, you save it for later, and you tell those stories in small bites, filtered throughout the next month or 2 months. Space it out, or you can always go back to it. Work with your strengths and experiment with your weaknesses. Maybe you are not a strong writer. I would say challenge yourself, see how you can do it in a different way. And then I would also say like and comment on your fellow communities' posts. This is an amazing community, and there are so many people in so many places. Like, this is an opportunity to all meet in the same place on social media and like and comment, love their stuff, shout them out in comments and all of that. I think that's a really great place to come from. And then also tag NEWF community. I think we mentioned that at the beginning, but it's really great to stay connected to the NEWF account and just share in the community. And then timing is everything. Understand your audience and figure out when your audience is most engaging. So maybe they're not online and you see a few of your posts have not done well when they're at night. So maybe you post in the mornings and you try that out and you see if people are engaging in a different way. So just stay attuned to your timing and make sure that you are always looking at how your performance is if you're looking to increase engagement. And then these are some other things that could affect your performance. Some of this might be more basic, but I do think is really interesting. So posting frequently, I think it's good to space it out, but also keep some sort of a cadence so that you are able to connect with your audience and they know and they expect content from you. And then optimize it for each platform. Like I said in the other slide, make sure that you know the platform's strong suits and you're fitting your content to that platform. And then audit what works well and what doesn't. So like I said, look at timing, look at, maybe your audience isn't really engaging with your static posts, just one image. So you try video. So I think audit what works and what doesn't work, but don't let that pigeonhole you. Also try new things, evolve in different ways. I think that keeping it interesting is really important. And then look at what your peers are doing. How can you be inspired by people that are producing content in your same field or in different fields? I think that this is a really great opportunity to learn from each other. And then tap into social conversation. So maybe there's something that you can speak to in your field that you can tap into. How do you engage with that conversation online? And then these are some other tips and tricks. I know some of these are very granular, but be intentional about your framing. So for video, if you're doing the vertical orientation, make sure that you have it clear and you're minimizing distractions in your surroundings and you can hear the audio well. You can try different angles and settings. Maybe you don't stand so far away from the camera, you do a selfie video. Those kinds of things can always, just changing them up can always help. And then, what can you take away from other people's posts and work? And then what does your day-to-day look like? How can you share that in a different way? And then...
Yeah, so this slide is really just a sampling of, in our experience with National Geographic Explorers, what they have captured. And I appreciate the point earlier that, a scientific paper doesn't come out of thin air. A new discovery or, affirmation of what a community has known for a long time, that also doesn't come out of thin air. It's a really rigorous process and it requires so much to get there. So, almost think about what do you do to prepare before you even set out on expedition? Explorers are people too. So it's almost like a get ready with me or day in the life, but, make it new fellow. And, also think about maybe there are people along the way who gave you advice or recommendations and feature them in some way. And then, that's before your field work, but during your work, we found some of our posts that do really well are a lot of those routine things like, what are you bringing with you in the field? What type of gear's in your bag? What might your space look like? What might your interactions with the community look like? And also, give us a sense of place and time. Maybe use like geotags to share, where you are in the world, what that looks like. And then, also we found even if you forgot to pack something, you needed to pivot. Something unexpected happened. Like those stories also do really well. And I think it just shows that, even if you have risen to that level of a new fellow, we're all people just trying to get by, and that makes for enjoyable content a lot of the time. And then thinking about when you return from assignment, you might choose to highlight some reflections. So this could be, what was the most memorable part of your field's work? What did you see along the way that really stuck with you, that could shape your work, some of those lessons learned? And then also anything that you want others to know. I think it harkens back to that question, what do I want to be known for? And even when you think about these reflections, maybe, it might just live, it lives on a post, or maybe it even inspires you to tweak your bio a little bit if it's such a shape-shifting moment.
So speaking of assignment, we have a few assignments here. If you'd like to take a picture of this or write some of these questions down for your week, some challenges as we're going into the rest of NEWF Congress, interview a colleague that you would want to collaborate with. What can you learn from them? Maybe show your bio to someone. It might be vulnerable, but see how they react to how you've presented yourself in your bio. Does it feel like yourself? And how can they maybe offer some advice to you? Share a post reflecting on what led you to your project. Maybe this week you post about becoming a new fellow, and what was that aha moment, being a part of this community. Maybe you share that as a post. Do something out of your comfort zone. If you're not a fan of being in front of the camera, maybe you take a selfie video. You could do it with someone else if you want, but I challenge you to just step outside of your comfort zone. And then I say also post on Instagram story and tag NEWF community. I know they're very active on social media, so if I could assign you to anything, it's to engage in their account and make sure you tag so that they can really stay engaged. That is all we have for you, but we are very open for questions. So if we want to use the second half of this for questions, that would be wonderful. We're all for them. Yeah. So many questions. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Can everyone hear me? Yeah. So I think that a lot of my work personally, and I think a lot of people here, a lot of our assignments we do are actually under NDA, so we're not allowed to talk about them. So do you have any ideas of because what happens is I'm busy and I'm working, but then I end up being inactive on social media. So do you have any ideas for how to get around that?
I would say, for my advice, it would be to share more personal stories or things that maybe aren't tied to your project specifically with facts. I don't know, the rules of the NDA, but maybe you're able to share little nuggets of stories that aren't a part of the project but are surrounding the project, or how it affects your life, what gear you're using, or things that are more that aren't tied to your project but are still a part of your story, I guess, and the work that you're doing. Yeah, that's what I would say. Yeah. It is a challenge though.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, if there's any opportunity to talk about your work in just more general terms, like what discipline it is, and then we didn't get to it, but I would also say not everything you post may be about your research. Maybe there are journal articles you found interesting, or maybe there are other people in the NEWF community who posted about work that just really was compelling to you and you want to boost them. So, having social media thought leadership, it's not just confined to promoting your work, but really a lot of it is about community. All of NEWF's platforms are named NEWF community. So I would say, really embody that and also promote others in your network.
course.
The first of them is like, I'm the kind of person that usually either I post 60 things in one day or I don't post anything for 6 months. And then I get bored, and then I hate it, and then I love it, and then, so how, tips to create that discipline, like, how do you think, like, should you post twice a week, and then if something exciting happens, you post again, or how would you recommend going about it? Because honestly, like, and recently I did this video that went viral that I still don't understand why. Because it's 10 minutes long and it makes no sense to me, but went over 100 and I don't know how many thousand views and I don't know, shares and whatever. And now they're demanding more. And I'm like, you do realize I'm not even home, I don't have the time? But so how do you create that? And the second one is nowadays you have a lot of AI resources like ChatGPT and others. Like what do you think about that? How do you feel about them and the role they play in how we manage social media?
Great questions. For your first question, I would say on the day that you're like, I'm going to make 60 posts, try and find a scheduling platform. And you can maybe space it out a little bit and, you know, film something in advance, but then have it posted. Maybe if it's more general, it's not timed to, or it's not like tied to a specific time. It's something that you can share later. I would say find a scheduling platform. And, you know, a lot of the apps you can do within the app itself. You can do scheduling within Instagram, Facebook, all of them. So mostly all of them. So I would say, yeah, before posting all of them at once, maybe be like, you know, I'm going to post this one on Friday or something like that. So giving a little bit more space for your audience to digest the content that you want to put out there. I think that was a question. Do you have anything more? Okay, cool. And then I would say for AI, that's a great question and one I think we all should be thinking about. I would say my philosophy is use it as a tool, but don't use it as your brain. I would say, yeah, like if there's a different, you know, a way that you can say something that, or it can inspire you, it can be used as like a thought generator, I would say it's there and it is being used and you can use it. But I would say, don't just plug and chug, don't copy paste. People can sniff that out from, I know that I can sniff it out from a mile away sometimes, and that will hurt engagement. So I would say, yeah, there's nothing like being, you know, of your own voice and being authentic. So I would say lean on that first, but if you can use it as a tool and you'd like to use it as a tool, don't be afraid to, or else you might be like, you know, missing out on some things, but don't use it as the end all be all.
Yeah. No, and I would, yeah, speaking in my personal capacity, like I heard this saying that AI won't take your job, but someone who knows how to navigate AI will. But yeah, what Raquel said, I don't treat it as your brain. It's a thought partner to put structure. And I would also say if you're using AI for generating images, be transparent about that. Like there was, you know, one case in my graduate studies where I, you know, couldn't really find an image, and I did use Canva, but you know, I explicitly, you know, put text saying that. So I think just being more transparent about when it's being used helps us all.
Great questions.
Thank you. First of all, I'm sorry I came in a little bit late, so maybe I missed a little bit of the presentation, but I've got a twofold question. One is, how do you determine which is the best platform to use for AI or social media communication, depending on your business and what you do? I'm in media. And the second one is, how do you get into social media marketing?
How did we get into it?
Yeah, and how can I get into it?
That's a funny question. Okay, so your first question is which platform? How do you figure out which platform? So I shared a slide earlier about the differences of all the channels, and I would say really do your research if you're, you know, trying to figure out which platform you're trying to get into. So there are some platforms that really heavily encourage video, and I would say if that's your strong suit, if you're, you know, a video producer or editor, I would say you're a distributor. Okay. Well, YouTube is video, you know, Instagram is video. Honestly, a lot is moving towards video. So I think, yeah, being on those platforms, you know, just seeing how, also where your audience is, like who are the people that you want to be talking to. I think that is really important too, because there is a difference between channels. You know, different channels have different like people that gravitate towards them, just as we all do. So I would say figure out where your platform is. Maybe you ask your peers too, people in your field, which ones are you engaging in, and how can I be a part of that conversation? So yeah, maybe that could help you in like navigating it, you know, accordingly. But your second question, how do you get into it? I feel like there's no one track, but I would say like what we're talking about today, like be online, be on social, and you can learn a ton in your own time and in your own way. So I would say just, yeah, be online, be on social media yourself, and you might be able to get some things. There's no class.
If you go on LinkedIn Learning, has a lot of good.
That's a great.
Look up a lot of. Sorry.
No, yeah, take that.
A lot of social media conferences also make their sessions and content free on YouTube. So a lot of people end up being self-taught. I feel like, you know, the field is, yes, people who went to school for it, but others who really picked it up along the way, or they had a great mentor. So I think Raquel said it, no defined path. And then actually speaking of YouTube with platforms, I did just want to say that if search is a priority, then, you know, that's a good place to be too, if you have video heavy content.
How do you beat the algorithm? And also, certain platforms will urge you to pay to boost content. Do you have comment on that? Does that help you break through, you know, the wall of just your content not getting to the right people, to the right audiences? Yeah.
Yeah, I would say the algorithm is definitely a beast, but there are things that, you know, it's always changing, it's always evolving, and I feel like, you know, it's like a secret magical formula that no one really knows. But I would say that there are things that are always consistent. So how your post does within the first hour is really important, and how you're engaging in the post yourself, you know, with people that are commenting and liking, being online yourself, like as you post, that is always important so that it can generate more engagement. I would say to, figuring out what works and what doesn't work. Like I said before, I think it's important to know how the algorithm is working in your community and working in your favor or working against you, so that then you can evolve. So right now, as I said, video is very important. So if you're getting a ton of traction on videos, seeing how you can continue and push into that space a little more. So working with the algorithm instead of working against it, I guess. And I would say too, as social platforms are changing, which they always are, they're introducing new features, new this and that. It is very good to use them and engage with them, because generally they favor people using the new things so that it looks good on themselves, people are using it. But I would say that's always a good benefit. Great. Oh yes, I knew there was a second part. I would say that's a tough question, because it does depend on who you're trying to reach, what you're trying to do. If your goal is reach, can you best do that with paid? It's not always. I would say organic reach is probably the best, because it will go to the right people for sure. You know, within your communities, if they share it out, it will always go to the right people. Paid, it's a little bit harder to, I guess, narrow that down. So if you can do organic, I think that is always good. But if there is maybe some big moment that you're like, I just want this to be blasted out, I think that is an opportunity to do paid content, but I always favor organic. Oh, you have it, yeah. Perfect.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I heard many powerful insights there about social media. And because I work with people that they want to push their projects forward, any project that it is, and often that they, well, often it's also a belief that it requires social media, but social media is a good source to, you know, boost your project and get to be known or whatever. And so I know that it's also very anxiety infusing. Like, people get blockages about showing themselves in front of the camera or sharing their work in any way. So what would you suggest to do in that situation? Thank you.
What would I suggest? I think asking yourself some of those questions that we're all sharing about, go back to the basics of what brought you to your work in the first place, how you were inspired, because that could inspire something, further. But I would say, I think just be don't push yourself in a way that doesn't feel natural, doesn't feel organic, but maybe challenge yourself in different ways. And
I think what Raquel was saying earlier, a lot of it is just experimentation. So, not putting that pressure on yourself. Like, I'm really, I'm just having a conversation with whatever audience is there. And you know what, if you don't feel good about a video or post, or if it didn't perform how you wanted, you could always on some platforms refine or edit or, delete and just think about what are some of the lessons learned that I do next time.
I would say also, ask yourself, what is something that I could talk about for an hour to a friend about? I think that's always a great place too to have, thought starters for content, because that might flow a little bit easier than something that doesn't feel as natural, organic, or so I would say think about the things that you could really share about in your personal life, or in just casual conversations with your peers, and then maybe think about ways you can craft that into social content.
So thank you so much for...
Wait.
I'm here. Yes. Hi, my name is Tony. I'm from Kenya. I really love NEWF. It's my first time here, and the energy is insane. It's amazing. It's amazing energy. I love this. Yeah, thank you. I love the presentation. I have a question about, balancing your personal life and your professional life on social media. How do you strike that balance, or do you just set up a separate account that's public? What would your advice be around that? I don't know who else wants.
This is a great question, and one we get asked pretty frequently. So I would say it really is a personal choice. I know some people that we work with are very open and share the ins and outs of their life, and they feel comfortable doing so. And I don't think there's a wrong way. I think if you don't really want it to be a personal and professional page, I think there's definitely a way to do that. And both of them can perform equally successfully. It's just kind of the person that you want to show up as on social, specifically if you want to share your work, do you want it to also have threads of your personality, threads of your day-to-day? And if it's no, then just leave that to a private account and with your close friends and family, and then leave the public stuff. So in my personal life, in my account, I don't really love sharing personal things because it feels like it's going into the void, but I would say it still is good to make content that inspires you and is interesting to you, and you can still give it that personality without having it be personal, if that makes sense.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I was just going to say, if it's something that's in your bio, what comes to mind is the CEO of National Geographic Society. She grew up on a popcorn farm. So like something personal is that she'll often infuse insights about, traveling back to the family farm and how she grew up with a lot of strong women, and that's guided her as a leader today. So, I would say if it's aligned in if it's in your bio, maybe that is one topic that is natural to infuse from a personal standpoint. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay, so thank you for this time. I'm a media consultant from Kenya as well, and my son does social media marketing, and he keeps trying to explain to me how to monetize on social media, but I never get it. So I just wanted to know today, especially with collaborations, because now you can collaborate with other people on YouTube and Facebook and monetize on that. What is your experience or advice on that? Is that something that is advisable, or what's your take on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think now more than ever, creators are getting paid to create. Instagram Meta, who owns both Instagram and Facebook and all these other things, they are really heavily encouraging a creator community. And if that's your strong suit, I think that's a way to monetize the work that you're doing. It is, an ever-evolving field. You can be a content creator and get a salary for it. Yeah, I would say it just depends on if it is your strong suit. Like, if this is something you want, if you want your social presence to be tied to your income, I think that's a choice, a personal choice, I think. So it's hard to say yes or no. Do I advise it? Because you could feel like that's not up your alley, and it's too stressful. Social media does not bring me life. I would say maybe no, but yeah, I think it's a personal choice. Does that make sense?
What's up? My name's Hassan, and since we talking social media, y'all can all follow me on Instagram, Hassan_Bayag. Go ahead, put that in. No, I'm serious. Put it in your phone. But my question is, one of the things that when we talk about that authenticity that I struggle with is like staying on top of trends. Like, I can't say how many times I posted, I'm a photographer and I took this photo. And then it's like this picture, right? But that to me, I call it junk food, right? Like, it doesn't feel real, it doesn't feel like me, it doesn't feel like it's what's up, but you post it, whoa, 10,000 likes on this. Well, I guess this is what the people want. But at the same time, I could post a video that I'm passionate about. Like, yo, I took months and months to make this, and I went all over the world and I shot this incredible video, and it's like, yeah, you can get a half a like and a great job. So I want to know, like, how do you guys feel about that? Is this something that you should balance, or do you think it's like, nah, only post it if you feel like this is something that is true to yourself, or for you, like, well, you got to keep the people engaged, so if this is what the people are looking for, like, give them a little bit of that junk food, make sure you balance like something that's real.
It sounds like you're a content creator, so maybe you two should talk. And I will follow you. I would say that, they can go hand in hand. Unfortunately, I do agree it's kind of junk food. The trends are a little bit junk food, but it can help grow your audience. So I would not say do it as all of your content, lean into every, dance move, all of that, and try and figure out the ones that do work for your specific field. So the photographer trend, like, I'm glad you got into that, because I do think that stuff is helpful in growing an audience, so that people who are photographers who follow that trend then can find your work and then hopefully maybe see your other things. So I think it's using that as like a step way in, but then making sure that you are still hitting those notes in the rest of your content too. So, maybe about that video, it was like a short video. So maybe you do another short video, not in that specific trend style, but other short engaging content. Yeah, I would say don't let it be all of your content. I think, it's hard to be authentic in that space because you are following something that a lot of other people are doing. But if you use that just as a tool to catch people, yeah, to be you. And then, yeah, they will go to your page, and then maybe you have a few pinned posts of ones that you want to make sure that they see, and then they go to those.
Yeah, I wanted to address your point about the half alike and the good job and pat on the back. Something to also consider is if you have like something like you said, Hassan, that you worked on for so long, maybe that's an opportunity to, if you had a partner organization where you could co-post or collaborate with them. We're seeing that a lot with explorers who are trying to build their audience. The society or one of our programs might, do a partner post to get them on the map and generate that audience. We'll be speaking. Right.
Yeah. Oh, there's two.
Yeah, we're just trying to follow.
We're trying to. There's so many. Pass the mic wherever and start speaking. I can also repeat it. I can repeat it too for the people online. She was asking basically how to spice up her content, right? So I would say, so specifically on Instagram, right? Is that what you're asking about? I would say an easy way to do that is thinking about your hook for your caption. The first line is generally the only thing people will start to read, and then decide if they want to read the rest or not. So if you think of a way to hook people, to capture people's attentions with that first line, maybe it's something like a little startling, and you're like, wow, this was the strongest point that I want to make out of this photo that I took, or something different. Maybe it's a question you ask to engage people, bring them in. I think that's a great way to, make your content interesting. But also, like, if photography is your medium, maybe you figure out a way to share your photo work as a video, or you do something a little different, still sharing your photos, but using it as just making it a little different. So, you can do a slideshow, or you could do a talking head video where you video and explain your photos, explain the story behind it. So I would encourage you to look at other people's work and see how maybe they are doing it and what's working in their audiences, and try and figure out if there's something there, a secret sauce that you could use to inspire some of the work you're doing.
Thank you. Someone told me that my Instagram account is messed up because they couldn't follow what exactly my area of expertise is, and that is because I have many interests. So would you then recommend that I have an account for all these things? Or yeah.
It's a good.
I'm sorry, I gave you a very definitive head shake, but you don't want to fragment your, you don't want to fragment your audiences too much. I think, you've built that audience in one place, so I think, how do you keep them there? And maybe it is a matter of, to simplify their journey with your content, maybe you focus on it's 3 things, or think about it, what do I need somebody to take away when they follow me, and I need them, in that 30 seconds they're scrolling to understand what it is I do or what I want to be known for. You think about how your content showcases that.
And I think to figure out the thread. Sure. I was going to say, figure out the thread between them all, because they are all interesting to you. So what makes it interesting to you? What's that thread, and how can that be formulated into content that makes sense all together in one ecosystem?
Cool, thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Lundiwe Shange, and I'm just right here. Yeah, I'm a filmmaker, but I'm also quite savvy on social media. I spend a lot of time on TikTok. And one of the things that has been a topic on TikTok has been the monetization topic, especially for African content creators, whereby we cannot actually monetize on TikTok at all. So as African content creators, if we're being encouraged to put ourselves out there, and we can see that there are other countries or other continents that can make money off platforms like TikTok, and I'm mentioning TikTok specifically because it is the one platform that's actually easier to get an audience from. It's not as difficult as you find as YouTube, where you need to work really, really extra hard, not as hard as your instant viral moment happens on TikTok most of the time. So now as African content creators, especially in the space of conservation, how do we now overcome that, and how do we target our posts specifically for brand collaborations if we're looking at conservation specifically? Thank you.
That's a challenging question because it's a hard thing to navigate. I would say specifically to your collaborations, maybe you identify a few organizations that are ones that you align with and you are hoping to collaborate with, and do outreach to them, or engage in their posts and make yourself known to them. I think especially TikTok, it's like a sea of people, but you can stand out, especially to the organizations that align with the work that you're doing. I would say find your audience, find people that are like you and are also finding it challenging. I think there's also a ton of people that are looking for the same things you are, or are hoping for people like you. So finding those people yourself, and maybe posting comments on some of their posts, engaging with them in a unique way. But it is challenging, and I wish it was different. I really do.
I definitely echo that. And I would add, also, if there are brands or organizations that you're interested in, see who they're following. Manga Bay is on my mind because you just did a wonderful session, but if I wanted to collaborate with them in some way, I might actually go to Twitter, X, whatever it's called on this Tuesday, and see who are they following, and maybe there are creators on that list who I could see, okay, they've managed to forge some partnership. Let me see what they're doing, what are kind of the key ingredients that got them there, and maybe they're, those are people who could share advice. I think it's sometimes an exercise in sleuthing a little bit.
Okay. This is going to be a bit of a basic question, but I think just kind of following on from what Hassan was talking about, trends. So where do you actually go to find trends? How do you find trends? And then when you've decided on one that you want to do, how much of a window period do you have? Because I'll maybe find a sound that I'm like, oh, I like that, I'm going to use it, but then I save it, and then next thing it's 2 months down the line, and then it's old news already.
No, that's a good granular question, because it is all about time and being a part of the trend in a timely way. So I would say, there's always a trend happening. Try and execute on it within the first, especially as fast as you can if you see it gaining traction, because that will perform far better than if you do it as a part of the sea of people that are also doing it. Identify them. The trends itself, I would say, are different within different fields. There are ones that everyone attaches to, everyone grabs onto, but maybe it doesn't fit within your specific interests or your niche, or it doesn't feel authentic to you. I would say find the micro trends within your community. So that looks a lot of different ways. And I think different platforms are different, but you can look at hashtags, you can look at the For You page to find some of those things, or look at people who you think are making good, timely, interesting content and see what sounds they're using and try and execute on it fast, which is, I know, challenging when you're really busy, but is important if you can do it, pretty quick after, I would say.
Yeah. I think I have a question around how do you build a bio out of so many things? I don't know if all of you, I'll use examples here, and the guy that I would mention, I have control over him, so yeah. If you have a look on Shamir's Instagram profile, it's all about ocean, it's all about diving, sharks, everything ocean, right? Now, how do someone like me, where today I wake up in the mangroves, tomorrow I'm in the corals, the other day I was with coastal communities somewhere across the world, and the other day I was just, in a policy brief meetings and that. How do you create a bio out of someone who is doing a lot of things? Now, I don't say a lot of things to create an impression that maybe I'm so important, but we do a lot of things. It is easier to build a profile of someone like Rando, who is, I'm a science communicator. Now, at points, I don't even know how to introduce myself. Now, how do someone like me, where I'm at a point where I feel confused, how do I even start to build up that bio and get back the momentum of sharing things that I do? Yeah.
No, I think it's good that you're interested in a lot of things. I think, maybe thinking of the top 3 things you want to be known for, or you want people to know about you, or even asking your friends, like what are the things that are your impressions? Like, these are the 3 things that are the coolest thing that I do, or something, or are the most interesting. And you can list them out in your bio, especially on Instagram. A few of the platforms, you can write a list. I've seen a few explorers do that. Gunjan does it really well. Writes out a few things that are of her interests, and as people read them, they'll read all of the words and they'll see if one of the things they think is interesting to them, but they don't have to be even similar. Like, they can be science communicator, they can be photographer, like multiple things. They can even be something personal, something that means something to you. I know a lot of people share about their family, like father of 3 or something like that, where it is a few easy to digest words that if someone were to boil down all of the interests that you have, what are the things that you want people to take away from? And you can create a little list of them.
I also like what Raquel said, maybe leaning on the NEWF community. Maybe you could ask a few people this week, hey, when you think of me and my work, what is one sentence that comes to mind? And maybe you could build up a collection and go through it at the end of this conference and think about what are some of those key themes, and could that guide me in writing a bio?
Yay! My name is Mainala, and I'm from Zambia. Thank you for the presentation, and it's been a really good follow-up discussion as well. I wanted to say that I am a documentary filmmaker. Currently, I'm a social media manager and copywriter at an advertising agency, and so I think I'm really good at doing stuff for other people and like brands and other personalities, but I'm quite bad for myself. And so I think for me, this is just like an invitation or a conversation for an accountability partner, because I think that's like, as far as understanding what could potentially work, like theoretically I have it, but just rolling it out is my biggest challenge. So I'm looking for an accountability partner for my social media. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah. Oh yeah, and
we're here all week, so if you have any questions or you have any other follow-up things that you think about later on, please feel free to come out.
Yeah, connect with us on the official conference.
Follow each other on Instagram too. Give each other the encouragement. There you go. That's what I was looking for.
Don't forget lunch this Saturday with on this floor and downstairs at B&B. Don't forget, tonight is Kenya night. Somebody asked me if I don't have a Kenya outfit, can I bring a Kenyan date? Community guidelines. I'm reminding you, community guidelines still apply.
Thinking about narratives, think deeper about narratives, what kind of story you're telling, in addition to decolonizing the narrative, because there's a lot of things that we do that we don't think about because it's been fed to us forever. That's really coming from colonization. Also, the ethics. What are your responsibilities? How do you work with your protagonists? They're protagonists. They're not subjects. They're not objects. They're people. And what are your responsibilities to them and to the environment and to the animals even that you would work with? And how do you take that apart when you're building a project? And then, of course, distribution, publishing. Do you make a book? If you make a book, what kind of book? Do you go online? Do you work for a newspaper, a magazine? Do you make a website? What do you do? How do you distribute and how do you communicate your idea to a broader audience? So that's what we've been focusing on. And today you're going to get a mini course in all of that. Not the full 5 days plus the online workshops that we've been doing beforehand and afterwards. So this is the introduction. It's going to be very short. So if you don't know me, sorry, my name is Peggy Amison. I'm the artistic director of, I almost said the wrong organization. My name is Peggy Amison. I am the artistic director of East Wing, which is a platform for photography that was founded in Doha in Qatar. We've been running about 10 years now. We had a physical space for a short while, a few years actually, not a short while, for a few years. Now we work predominantly online. And we look for collaborators to do projects like this, but also to bring our artists for exhibitions in different locations, partnering with organizations that have spaces. We also sell works online. My main project my main job when I work with artists is to help them develop their narratives in depth, to ask them questions, to think about distribution, to help them when they're making decisions with other, if someone offers them something, to discuss it and see how they want to go forward. So when I was talking to Noel, I met Noel in 2023 at Lagos Photo Festival, and then last year we had a discussion about what he wanted to see happen with NEWF, and one of the things he said is we want to start to focus on photography. And as some of you were here last year, I made a very short presentation about how photography can be a change maker, it can influence people. And then I wrote a report, and from that report, we came up with the masterclass. So I'm hoping that we will go forward in the years to come to build a stronger photographic presence for NEWF in the world. So what we're going to do, once I shut up, is we're going to have 60 minutes where each of the presenters here, these beautiful people, are going to speak to you about their specific backgrounds, their specific intent. So decolonizing the narrative, ethics in photography, and distribution and promotion and publications. Then we're going to actually put you into groups then, because like I said, you're going to work. And it's not up to you which group you go in. We're just going to give you some ideas. We're going to direct you to a group, shall we say. Then we're going to break for 10 minutes, and then come back, and in your groups, you're going to start working, you're going to decide on one project to focus on, and then through the prompts that the facilitators here or the mentors here give you, you're going to start to go deeper into that project. You're each going to have, for each part of that, you're going to have 15 minutes. So for ethics, you're going to have 15 minutes. Decolonization, you're going to have 15 minutes. And publishing, you're going to have 15 minutes. Then we're going to come together and discuss what you found, questions you have. In the meantime, they will be circulating. So if you have a question, you can ask, or if you have a comment, or they can help you strategize. So it is a working session. At the end, we will come together and discuss our findings, and then hopefully we'll go away inspired for the rest of the evening, ready to party hard. Okay? Is that it? Anybody have any questions? You guys all have your seatbelts fastened and you're ready to go? Okay, so I'm going to turn it over to, who's going first? Federico, okay.
Hello everyone, my name is Federico Estol. I'm from Uruguay, the smallest country of Latin America, and I've been like 10 years making a research of all the narrative technologies of colonialism to have an idea that we don't exist in history, we don't exist in cinema, we don't exist in photography, and usually it's so subtle, these technologies, that we don't realize that we have it, because we are from our childhood we start learning these kind of things, and it's like in our DNA, it's like in our education. You go to a cinema to watch a movie, but under the script of this movie there is a narrative technology of colonization that is educating wrongly about the global south. What is the control? Around. So, but I have good news. Will we identify these narrative technologies, but also have some solutions, some practical solutions to achieve emancipation, visual emancipation. And we are in the right stage of times to do it. This is my introduction from the field of the image. Every event in the story, a story constructed ideologically in space and time and representation. One of the central provocations of this lecture is to identify what role has the privilege of Western gaze played in the construction of a colonial narrative of space and time. So, I would like to start with this Sioux proverb that is like that. Those who will tell the story will rule the world, and we are experiencing this now. The native people already know that from the beginning, you know, the keeper of the oral tradition in each village, in each tribe, have the power, and then the religions, and then the narrative technologies of cinema, of advertisement. And now we are in the most crazy times because social media and AI creating narratives that don't exist, but to trigger some direction in society, could be bad or good. But I want to start this with this. This is the classical historical periods, because it's incredible that in the all story programs of the education, always Africa, we have some of Egypt, we have some of the old kingdoms, but Latin America, Asia, are out of all the story, you know? And this is our children's learning history, you know? A completely whitewashed history. Look this periodization of the story of a typical children history book. Egypt, white. Greece, white. Rome, white. Medieval times, white. Columbus discovering America, all white. The bourgeois and the the kingdoms of Europe, the French Revolution, the Industrial Revolution, the Second World War, the modernity, and then the future. But if you see this, we are out. Latin America, all America is out. All Africa is out. Only Egypt, but it's a whitewash version of Egypt. Asia, Oceania, we are out. So, who was the people who put this periodization in history? The Romantics, the German Romantics in 18th century start to build this new, highlighting the old tradition of Greece as the starting point of society. And these guys continue, was like a cultural period that was so important, but was parallel with the colonialism, the modern colonialism in all our territories. So was a colonialism of goods, economical, but also in minds. You know, we bring teachers from England, we bring people from Europe to teach our people in Africa, our people in Latin America, but they are teaching that all start in Greece, all start in a whitewashed basis. But let's talk about other world story. These are the older civilizations, but now it's changing. They're discovering more old civilizations, but their condition is so strong here. But let's talk about one of the important, there is an agreement that Mesopotamia and Egypt were so important in world story, but if you see the Sumerian, in Iraq you have a lot of temples and you have drawings and you have clay tables, and they were black, you know. All the people of Sumeria were black. You can see the shapes, but still the science is hiding this fact. We have a lot of, for example, this is super recent, Nature magazine, and if you analyze the DNA of Iraq now, you will have a lot of DNA that came from East Africa. It's not that they were white, as all the history books tell us. It's here in Nature magazine, but always is hidden. It's not an interesting story. And then Egypt, you can see the faces. All are Africans. You know, 6,000 years ago, 6,000 years before Christ, Sahara was green. We have a lot of tribes that they start to go up to create Nubia Empire, then Kemet Empire. But you see the whitewashing of Egypt, for example, Persians, Macedonian, Romans, but this was very close to Christ. So, but all the heritage, all the knowledge, all the mathematics came from Africa. You see all these faces. 3,000 years before Christ, you have one face, and Augustus was the same, and is white. The Greek conquered Egypt. You can see Imhotep in ancient Egypt, and then Imhotep in Hollywood, completely whitewashed. But there is no argument to say that Cleopatra was white. Cleopatra is not Elizabeth Taylor. Cleopatra was black. So we need to start changing all these narratives. Tutankhamun, there is studies of Tutankhamun, and the DNA not much with Europe, much with Africa. Nature magazine, they examine mummies, and when you take the DNA of 150 mummies and analyze, the DNA was from East Africa. And we see all these famous Platon, Pythagoras, supposed to be the start of the civilization, the researchers coming to Egypt to have the knowledge from all the old Kemet empire. So we need to first change the story to liberate our territories, and then change the narrative. This is a fine theorist, Enrique Dussel, that make a reflection of all this Eurocentric history that we learn. But if you ask in Filipinas, they teach the same program in Latin America, the same program in Africa, and we don't have our old kingdoms. It's not Zimbabwe kingdom, it's not Mali Empire. Mali Empire is supposed to be the first to discover America, you know. It's not Colon, it was Mali, it was Abu Bakr. So we need to put this in our programs, and then us, the storytellers, start to changing the perception. So photography and colonialism was, when colonialism was super strong and came into Africa, also anthropologists, see it's super strong, the air conditioner here, sorry. I will be fast because we don't have time, no? We are close to 8 minutes. But when photography, anthropologists, and colonialists, the modern stage of colonialists came from Africa, born all together, you know, and photography from the beginning was a tool of colonialism. And first of all, we have a lot of technologies, but always was the techniques of folklorization, always getting the people, not the spiritual side, was only the surface, you know. But our continents, for example, we have a lot of hunting language in photography. What? Also, anthropology is the same. The capture, shoot, take, subject, you know. We must start to change this to another way of expression to emancipate us. And these are the technology of colonial narratives. The ideological construction of the landscape. This was the first photographers coming to our lands and showing that it's empty. Please, came from Europe to conquer these lands. Please, take this ship, and always no people in this landscape, you know. Empty. This was one of the trends. It was so strong that you know, the people start to believe that there was empty land to conquer. No, these are Latin American example. For example, if you take a picture of the landscape, they erase the indigenous people and transform, scratching the negative to white persons, you know. This was to be more friendly and more saleable postcard, because the next stage or the next colonial narrative is the postcard photography, you know. Folklorization first through postcard. All the kiosks of Paris, they have collectionable postcards of the new world, you know. King Zulu, this is crazy, a guy with vitiligo, with a disease, was on trendy, was so saleable, you know. And then the anthropological photography, also with measurements of the people, not talking with the people, it was more like a scientific study, and coming with a photography all the time, and then inside the ethnographic voyeurism is the crime and anthropometric photography. Pseudoscience with no justification to tell that the people of dark skin was criminals. It was the first CSI of Paris, you know, the first Alphonse Bertillon from police department in 1888 make a pseudoscience and connecting the crime with the color of the skin. And all the world believed that. You know, still the police believe that in many countries. Also, another technology, the cinema, the advertisement. We have the colonial cinema companies. For example, in many countries, the standard of beauty of our territories, the white are the beauty, still in Mexico, still in here, you can have billboards of white people, and you know how it changed, but now it's the advertisement and cinema that decide that no was the tribe, no was the people. Technologies of advertisement and cinema, whitewashing through Disney, through cartoon, black facing, yellow facing. So the people of race don't portray it as them. They put white people with black, with yellow, with brown, as the Latinos. And then another thing that is taking deeper that this technology is the video games. You know, all the people, you know, you can kill people, zombies in Africa. This is a horrible video game of slave trade. The stigmatization of Arab people in video games. Monumentalized is another technology that we must reflect if this monument are still representing our knowledge. And then the visual representation of us through NGO, philanthropic organization, and international cooperation agency. I'm not telling you that it's bad, but there is aesthetic. Always smiling, you will see. Always the white, okay, I helping, I give you the tool, and you can, but it's always that we can't emancipate. It's like we must reflect as a photographers in these technologies. How many time I have, Pei? 2 minutes? Okay. But we must reflect a lot on this. Okay, we need to live as a photographer, okay, but let's try to do different things. Let's try to push the client to another side, because if not, we are replicating the idea of we can't, please save us, we can't. The imperial maps, they portray us as tiny, Africa tiny, and you can see inside Africa can be China, USA, India. So still the maps, the name of the streets, Lake Victoria. I'm not telling that this, but we must make a reflection about that. And I will like to finish with this, you know, that always there is a sacrifice zone. In we need, as a visual storyteller, we hire sometimes for something, but we need to reflect how to change this perception. And then I will be fast, and these are the tools of countermeasures of this technology, you know? The colonization of the archives and activation of visual space of counter-memory. The archives maybe are in Germany, in England, but we must research all these archives and maybe put in contact with our people, We can do it collage, participatory models, but the archives are still there. But we must have another gaze of the archives. This is a lot of photographers who are dealing with this. Panchoaga, who is here, for example, the archive of Farm Security Administration, that in Uruguay there is no archive of indigenous people, and the people go house by house to create it, you know, taking pictures, scanning house by house. Counter-visuality, okay, we have a narrative technology or the religious that always is a white guy portraying as Christ. We can shift these narratives doing these kind of things, of performatic things. Don't portray indigenous people as in the past. If they use Kiss t-shirt, let's show the reality. Don't folklorize them. Less of Angelica Das, all the Pantons, which is the skin color. We have many, so let's show that there are many skin color. And then emancipatory fictions, like, okay, we have problems with rubbish, let's make the goddess with this rubbish to show and engage with a viewer that is only consuming fiction. They are not watching news anymore, and the viewer is changed. So we need to do fiction to have the same attention that we have 20 years or 30 years ago with a black and white photography, you know? Now the viewer is changing. This is the emancipatory fictions. And the next is anti-colonial future. Let's make a future controlled by us. And this is the last one. For example, I would like to finish with AI, Delfín Diallo, making the goddess of Ethiopia, that there is no archive, but we can create our reality with AI. AI could be also super powerful. And this is the ideas, this is for Latin America, and these are the main strategies to combat the colonial narrative. So thank you very much, and this was my presentation. I will introduce a Rehab Eldalil now, that will continue.
Hello. Thank you, Federico. This has been really insightful and a great, actually, introduction also to what we're about to discuss together. First off, my name is Rehab Eldalil. I'm a documentary photographer, visual storyteller from Egypt, and also one of the mentors of the Reimagining African Narratives Fellowship, which is a new program in photography with NEWF. Okay, so so ethical considerations in storytelling, and I wanted to remove like photography. I wanted to talk more about storytelling in general, because I know some of you guys are not working with photography, maybe working with visual mediums, but not specifically with photography. So I hope this can be relatable to everyone here, even maybe researchers also considering storytelling within your work as well. So first off, what are the ethical considerations? When we say ethics, what comes to mind? Can you guys share your thoughts? What is ethics? Do you guys know? Like, what is the first keyword that maybe comes to mind when we say ethics? Equity, okay. Sorry? Morals and principles, okay, great. What else? Agency, okay. Dignifying characters, awesome. Cultural beliefs, perfect. What else? Political correctness, okay, great. That's awesome. So we're all sort of on the same page in regards to ethics. That is something that I believe that is within all of our practices and daily life, right? Is something that we need to consider on day-to-day basis somehow. So let's first get one question straight for some of you guys who are working with nature. Are there ethical considerations with nature? Do you guys think? Yeah? What are maybe the ethical considerations? Okay, yeah, absolutely. What else? Yeah. Proximity to wildlife, yes. Okay, what else? Yeah. Telling the true story, yes. What else? Not change the environment, absolutely. Okay, and how about, there are two sets of communities that we also need to think about when we're working with nature, right? Most natural spaces also include residents, right? Also includes the native communities, correct? And there's also the audience that we're showing the work to. So there should also, I believe, and I hope you guys agree with this, there should also be ethical considerations to the communities who might be affected by our presence within nature, as well as whoever is receiving this information that we're working on, right? The audience, basically. Okay, so this photograph is one of the images that I've worked on in a project about plants, about herbs, right? And very quickly, I realized that I shouldn't be talking about plants and herbs alone, right? I should include the communities who actually know a lot more about this. I mean, it is my native community, the Bedouin community, but still the elders, the older members of the community know a lot more than that. So that was sort of not the first step, but that was like the initial moments that I realized, even when we talk about nature, even when we talk about natural landscapes of wildlife, of plants, herbs, we still need to include those who maybe are involved, are included, are inhabiting those spaces, correct? So this is a handwriting of one of the tribe elders who shared the medicinal practice of this plant. It's rosemary that probably is in everyone's balconies and gardens, right? But there are medicinal uses of it, and of course, I personally wouldn't have known about that without connecting to the older members of the community. So going from Federico's presentation, which is amazing, understanding and realizing that we're all have been subconsciously influenced by past colonial narratives, right? And I don't want to even say past, it's colonial narratives that we have subconsciously been fed, right? As visual artists, we have been looking at references from artists within the past years, within the past decades, and maybe we don't even realize that we've been influenced. And I think working with my own practice, working with hundreds of students before, there is this phase of actually realizing and becoming aware of the influences and then breaking free out of them. And sometimes it's very painful. It's very vulnerable. It makes us sort of feel naked from the inside, right? Like I'm actually influenced by colonial narratives, right? It is hard, but it's a phase that I believe that a lot of practitioners, whether visual artists or otherwise, need to go through. So that's the first step, becoming aware, as Federico has mentioned. So what is the next step? Is actually to start thinking of what are maybe the ethical considerations we need to plan, prepare, and develop in order to break these colonial narratives, in order to create a more ethical work to the world that make justice to our stories as human beings first, and as artists second, make justice to the communities that we're working with, and make justice also to the audience who are receiving the work, who might also use our work as reference in a decade or two, right? So first step, awareness. Next step, planning. So these are some keywords that I would like us to reflect on today. And I'm going to read them out loud, and then I'm going to need you guys to add more if you would like, and also let me know what keywords you guys maybe connect with more or are drawn towards more. So we have power dynamic. Familiar with the term? Power dynamic, yes. So the idea of creating, or once you have a camera in a space or any other machine, and you're working with animals or human beings, there becomes this power dynamic that we need to realize. We have something that the others don't, right? We have a camera in the photographic perspective, okay? So automatically, I have this power over this person, right? How can I balance this power? How can I realize, become aware of the power dynamic, and create a balanced atmosphere? So me, as the photographer, and the protagonist become an equal partner in this relationship. The us versus them narrative, familiar with the term? Yes? Protagonists versus subjects, and that also to reflect on Federico's presentation. We've all been subjects before, right? We feel that term very much. And so looking at our work from the protagonist's perspective becomes easier. Becomes easier than with a lot of other visual artists who maybe didn't go through that experience before. And the first time for me to realize the heaviness of using the term subjects was when I was working on a very long-term project of mine, a personal project, working with the Bedouin community of Sinai, my people. And I started to discuss the project with one of my professors for the master's program that I was doing, and he asked me, like, can you shoot the subjects this way? And I was like, subjects? No, these are like my friends, these are my family. Like, no, I cannot use subjects. This is wrong, right? So this is when I started to realize, okay, so I have been a subject before. Like, there's a lot of women that look like me in videos and in movies and saying Allah Akbar Ya Labina and all of that. And so when we also realize that, we need to start shifting the term, and hence shifting the dynamic that we have with other protagonists, correct? Do you guys agree, yes or no? I don't like monologues, so please jump in, say something. Okay, autonomy, agency. So once there is this dynamic of I'm working with a protagonist, we're working together, we're collaborating together, there is this sense of agency and autonomy for both parties, right? Not just me, not just the protagonist, but it is something that we're doing together. We're collaborating, right? We're collaborators. Humanization versus othering. So that also is related to using the word subjects, to sort of creating that distance with the people that we're working with. They're another category of people. They're not like me, right? And the audience really get that. They really absorb that energy, correct? So when we start to think of the protagonist that we're working with, even if we're not the same community, even if we're not, family members or friends, when we realize we're working with equal human beings, when we're working with equal collaborators, this sense of humanization is felt by the audience, right? And this idea of balancing this power is also sensed by the audience. So whatever we do as artists or as storytellers in general is reflected with the audience. I'm completely not annoyed by her voice. It's beautiful, so if you want to keep her here, I have a 3-year-old myself, I'm used to it. So I hope my voice is not bothering her, but I'm super happy to have her here. I miss my baby girl, she's in the aquarium right now. For me, it's totally fine. I'm good. Like, I'm happy to hear her. Okay, and then the empathetic versus the apathetic storyteller. We're gonna talk more about that. Representation, reciprocal relationships, the idea that there is a collaboration, there's something that I'm taking, but I'm also giving, and the same way for the audience. Insider, outsider perspectives, we're gonna reflect on that more later on. Collaboration, consent, context, which is also very important, right? Commitment, intention, and I would like to also add one more keyword that I forgot to put in, and that is the victimhood narrative. So can you guys tell me like popcorn style, what are the terms that maybe you guys are already thinking about or feel drawn towards, just popcorn style? Someone starts and then the rest of the popcorn will pop. Context, thank you. Informed consent, yes. Thank you for adding the informed. What else? Thank you, empathetic versus apathetic. Yes, thank you, thank you. Okay, let's move forward. So empathetic and apathetic storytelling. And drawing to the keywords of protagonists versus subjects, drawing towards the keywords of humanization versus othering, drawing to the keywords of consent, of collaboration, of agency. There is a sense of empathy, right? There is a sense of feeling the person that you're working with. You're not distancing yourself from the person that you're working with. You're actually feeling that person as a human being, as a fellow human being, right? We all feel the pain of each other. We all feel the celebrations and happiness as well. So understanding and actually developing our emotional intelligence and our empathy towards other human beings, I believe is one of the key things that we could do to become better storytellers. And we need to work on that, I feel, on a daily basis. Thinking about colonial narratives and the images that we're still seeing in wire newspapers and in war photography and in very traditional photojournalism. Sometimes we call it parachute photography, right? When a photographer comes in, take photographs and leaves. And I think the problem here is not the limitations of that photographer to stay for quite a long time with a number of people to photograph, because sometimes on a practical level, you have to go on assignment for a specific number of hours or days. You don't have that luxury. But what you have the option of is switching that mind from, I'm going to shoot, this and this and this in order to get that photograph, that apathetic, very distant energy, into becoming empathetic. And how can you actually make use of the number of minutes or hours or days that you have with your protagonist in order to tell a story, right? So sometimes we have opportunities to practice our empathy, and sometimes not, right? But we take control of that. Sometimes for photographers and videographers, we have very limited time in the field, but our mindsets are what makes the work empathetic or not, right? It's not about time, it's not about the communities, it's not about if I'm part of the community or not. It's about, I believe, it's about what we bring on the table. Our vulnerability, also our personalities as well. We are not anymore, these flies on the wall, right? We have been for always and always part of the space that we're shooting. So how can we add to that? Through empathy, through emotional intelligence, through reading the protagonists that we're working with and creating a safe space for them to be part of that creative process. So I'm going to share some examples of this, and starting with that what might seem an easy situation, which is you as an insider, you as a storyteller, you have an insider perspective, you are part of a community, you're part of a space or a family, and you decide to start a personal project, or you got an assignment to work on family members or very close friends that are already very comfortable with you. So this is Latoya Ruby Frazier from the US, and she started a personal project with her family in Pennsylvania. And although she's only focusing on her family, at least in the start, she was talking about very important layers of the socio-economic situation of the neighborhood where her family has been living. So photographing family members, sometimes we think is easy, but it's actually one of the hardest things to do, right? And but this sense of empathy is a lot easier to reach because there are people that you have already connected to. So the challenges are different, right? The challenges are, how can I create imagery that is interesting, that tell the story, but the challenge isn't always about how could I humanize the people that I'm photographing, because I already know them, right? So how can we draw from this example when we're working with people that we don't know? How can we set sort of like the space, the atmosphere to actually create that sense of family or that sense of relationship with people that we haven't known or our life? It's an example of what we could do as insiders in an insider perspective, but also what can inspire us to do when we're in a situation where we are outsiders, right? Let me give you another example. This is Samar Hasboun. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me? Is that better? Samar Hasboun, a Palestinian photographer. She worked on a project called Beyond Borders, Beyond Checkpoints. And Samar has worked with women, Palestinian women who lost their children as a result of being stranded in a checkpoint, needing urgently to go to a hospital. A lot of women would lose their children, their babies, as they wait for hours and hours for that Israeli settler to let them in and reach the hospital. The photographs are very empathetic. They're very insider perspective. She's not a mother, however, she's Palestinian. She understands the pain. So that sense of wanting to showcase her own experience, right? She is an insider, and shooting not things that are straightforward, not photographing the graveyards of the babies lost, not photographing the blood or the cries or the images that we're all got very used to, right? But photographing these very emotional, very sensitive moments that maybe all of us have seen in family albums or have visualized when we're talking to a friend who have maybe lost a baby before, right? So creating that sense of humanization through an insider perspective. But what if, 10 minutes? I'm at 20 minutes? Okay, I'm almost done. So there's also examples of not being part of the community, but can relate to, right? So I can relate to this community by this and this and this, right? So how can we, when we are assigned or when we decide to work with a community that we're not part of, how can we find these sort of similarities? This is Saif Kusmat. He is a Moroccan photographer and has been working with communities within deserted oases around Morocco and trying to document how climate change is affecting their way of life, is affecting the oases where they are living. Rana Effendi, I'm sure that all of you guys know her, and she is from Azerbaijan, working with another Azerbaijani village that she was not part of, but have found these sort of connections working with. Then now we have projects of visual storytellers that are not part of the community at all, cannot find any very straightforward links to connect with, but also finding this sort of thread to find the empathy within you, right? Carlotta Cardana, she's an Italian photographer and worked on a project with Native Americans across the US. Eric Godesman, another American photographer, working on a project in Ethiopia. I think it was like for 24 years or something. And how he created that space of collaboration. He would spend months with the children that he was working with in Ethiopia. And even when he was in the US, they would send each other letters, right? They created and developed this sense of friendship, this sense of reciprocal relationships as well, as he also would invite them to select the photographs that he took of them to be added in his book, right? So they feel that sense of power, of control of how their images would look like in the final format of Eric's book. This is a quick story about one of the projects that I worked on, and I would invite the community. This is also with the Bedouin community, and I would also always invite them to edit and let me know which images they would like to be added within a story or the book. And Seliman here, he selected this photograph and told me, put this in the book. I look like a dinosaur. And I started to use that as a caption because that is just fun conversations with each other, but it also has this layer of agency and balanced power within the photographic process. Anthony Lovera would invite protagonists to actually hold the trigger of his long format camera, and they would decide when they would like to get that photograph taken. Of course, Jim Goldberg, Rich and Poor, and ending this with an example that Mandy Barker was talking about yesterday, which was this producer who worked on a very well-known show or like film about nature, but they would always take the plastic out before shooting, right? They wanted to only shoot the animals, to only shoot the wildlife, but she felt there's something wrong with that, ethically speaking, and so decided to produce a film on her own and actually focusing on the plastic within the oceans and how it's impacting the animals that she's working with. And in that sense, she's not just considering the animals and showing the truth, but also the audience who wouldn't just think that, wow, if it isn't nature beautiful, also thinking that there's something very wrong right now with how the animals are living. Zaid also working with nature within Tunisia and focusing on the nature and how it's impacting the communities who are living amongst this. So these are some, you could take a screenshot of this. These are some questions that I always ask myself when I start a project. And I believe you can't, you always, of course, as a storyteller or as a practitioner, you could have sort of like some ethical standards, but it's not always the same for each project or body of work you work with. You need to work on that individually speaking with each project, because every body of work, every project you start has different circumstances. So we're gonna do an exercise about this after Alexa's presentation and the break, and try to see what are the steps that we could do when we start or as we're working on a body of work that would help us create this ethical guideline for us. And we need to do that every time we start working on a body of work. So this was my presentation. Sorry it took a few minutes more, but that was it. And Alexa will come in for hers.
Let's see, does it work? Yes, it works. Thank you so much, Rehab and Federico. I think we need to switch the presentations now, right? I think so, would be good. I will be speaking to you about a very traditional form to distribute your ideas and projects, and that will be the photo book. We have gathered some here, so please feel free to look at them, different forms of books and publications. Yeah. Excuse me? Can we switch the presentation, please? Okay. I'll start anyhow. So, yep. Here we go. So, the photo book, I see the photo book as a sort of a counterpoint to our very much digitalized world nowadays. All the kind of information we get, not only on a daily basis, but like every minute, every hour. If you hold a photo book in your hands, that's a total, yeah, it's kind of the opposite to, let's say, social media, for example. A photo book cannot be updated. What you hold in your hands is what you have, basically. If you want to update the contents, you would have to print another version, another print run, a new edition, so to say. So that means, for better or worse, that's what you have, and it is therefore like a time capsule, I would say. It also doesn't need electricity, which can be very handy in some circumstances. That's why I love the book too. Also, I like to draw upon the comparison of a book to, it's like a, I would say it's like a mini museum. Imagine you enter a museum, you enter this more or less white space, you look at the art, it's kind of a very peaceful atmosphere, so you can immerse yourself into the art and into the ideas of the artists. And this is actually the same way. If you sit down with a book, you open it, you can immerse yourself. It becomes this quiet space where you can be mindful, where you can, wander in. You can start from the back or in the middle or wherever. You can start with the text. You can start with the visual material. So it's been curated for you, but you can also choose how you go about it, basically. And also, of course, last but not least, it's a tangible object, which means there is various materials are involved, and as you can see and feel and smell them, actually, they are always connected, or in the best case, they're connected to the message. You can have a very elegant book, you can have a zine, you can have a flyer, you can, you have to choose whatever you want to transport, what kind of form would enhance your message, basically, and also reach your target audience. So it can be a creative playground, but the design should always serve the content and not overpower it. That can happen though, but yeah, so be aware of that. And even if you're not publishing or not intend to publish now, it is still a very valid option to show your work and your ideas and your projects. And in the end, it's going to be a tangible proof of your work. It can become a collector's item. It will be your extended business card, basically, because whenever a curator, a museum director, whoever holds it in your hands, he or she knows much more about you than just your name, because it proves, a book always proves that you were able to see it through. Creating a project is very demanding, but also producing a book is a very intricate process. It requires money, focus, time. It's not easy, and people will know that when they have the book. They will know all about the implications that it has. So yeah, it can also be a career tool for you, and depending on your message, it will have a social impact as well. So let me I want to tell you a little bit about the photo book market and its development, because what we're experiencing now with all the digitalization happening wasn't always the case. That's why I picked this rather old-fashioned image of a well-stocked photo book store. It's a little bit a metaphor for what the photo book market used to be like before the early 2000s. It was basically very much analog. you know, if you wanted to buy the most important photo books per year, you would probably have to buy 6 or 7 or 10 photo books, which nowadays is incredible. I mean, the number of publication has increased so incredibly, and I will tell you why. So, so why did this growth happen? Factors were, for example, Amazon went out there in 1994 and established the first first online sales platform, and they started with photo books, believe it or not, or with books in general. Not with all the other items they're selling now, but they started with books because it was a very precise market they could overview. So, and then of course other online bookstores were coming along, because also the brick and mortar bookstores said, okay, you know, we have this big competitor here now, we feel we need to go online as well. So, I mean, that was good for the user because, you know, you were able to do research much faster, you knew about, I don't know, photo books in Japan via these platforms, so that was for the potential buyer and user and photo enthusiast, that was fantastic. However, it was not always for the advantage of the photo book store in the end. I will get to that a little later. So online bookstores happened and online marketing came up, you know, and of course social media, and last but not least, digital printing or print on demand. So before, remember this, you know, the picture I just showed you with the very traditional bookstore. These books were printed offset, with offset printing, and with these huge printing presses that cost a lot of money, and also the process of making a book was, you know, a much bigger effort than just going, you know, to a digital printing press and have your book printed once, twice, or 10 times, no matter, you know, depending on what you wanted, basically. So this really revolutionized the whole market and dynamics of this market. So this led to, of course, an increased number of mostly smaller publications, which again led to fairs and festivals and awards, because the book was and is very much celebrated, and people like to create events around them. They like to meet and gather at fairs, festivals, sell books, sell photography, have awards online, for example, teach in workshops, and also assemble survey books of the best photo books, best books list, etc., etc. So there is a gigantic hub about the photo book, and this is also for you to know, because these are also means to distribute your ideas, you know, via a book, for example. You go to fairs, you can go to festivals, you can apply for awards, and so on. So yeah, this is all for you to have as well. But we're not done yet. So this again led to a greater number of very individual publications, but also to unpredictable sales numbers. So the established publishers were like, oh, we don't know anymore how many books we can sell from one, you know, title or the other. So, and there was also a more obscure collector scene, of course, because the audience broadened, the buyers broadened, but it wasn't as reliable as it was before, because, of course, the market in general became much, much more complex, and there were fewer specialized photo book shops. That's what I wanted to hint at before, that yes, there were specialized bookshops that went online as well, but of course it's much easier for the buyer to research online and then automatically click on order, buy, have it delivered to your home, instead of, you know, going to your bookstore, talking with the bookseller, picking a book, ordering it, coming back, paying it, and so on and so forth. So unfortunately that happened, but you know, it's all in flux, and other alternatives came about. For example, pop-up bookshops that are happening parallel to fairs and are part of festivals. So, for example, to give you a European example here, Paris Photo happens each year in November. It's a gigantic photo fair featuring international galleries, but also publishers. They always have a publisher section, and apart from this main festival, from this main fair, there are other fairs, smaller fairs like Off-Print and Polycopies that host a number of independent publishers. I mean, you could go there, you just buy an ISBN number, publish 1 or 2 books, you can have a table there, which is great, you know. That's actually where Rehab and I met first in person, because she was there with her artist collective and they presented books there. And so that's a great chance to meet in person and to see the books right. However, there are, of course, other fairs and festivals happening in Africa, as you know much better than I do. I don't know which one of those have, you know, potentially photo book sections. If they don't have them already, I think they should. And if you have some, you can please tell me, share this with me. It always can be researched, you know, but you never know what the quality is like or what the vibe is like if you haven't been there in person. So that's an experience I'm still missing. So if we talk about publishing, we have to discern between business models. Like very roughly, there are 2 big, you know, different business models, and one is general interest publishing and the other is independent publishing. So what is general interest publishing? It's what you can call more or less coffee table books. Usually they're pretty big hardcover books with maybe even a dust jacket. And their content appeals to a very broad audience, covers a very wide range of subjects, and yeah, as I said, it's designed to attract a wide readership. You know, many people should buy these books, and that can also include magazines, books, newspapers. They're all like in this big conglomerate, you know. One big, let's say, company can own a lot of smaller publishers that operate under their roof, and naturally they are commercially driven. That means each publisher working under this roof, for example, at Random House, has to earn their money. So they have to be pretty picky about what kind of projects they are working on. The good thing is they will finance your project. So if you enter, let's say, Thames and Hudson, for example, you know, they will pay the bills, but they will also influence and shape your project. That means they will get to pick, you know, maybe the cover image or the title, and they will influence how the marketing is done, you know, because, as I said, they are liable to the commercial success of the book. That means they will dictate a couple of things they think they should do in order to make this success happen. They usually have a sales target around 5,000 to 6,000 copies, so that in our realm of photo books, it's quite large, it's quite high. And in contrast to that, independent publishing runs on much smaller print numbers. Independent publishers, as we know them, operate without the backing of a large corporate or conglomerate group, and they focus on much more specific genres, like also niche topics or alternative viewpoints, and naturally they also work on a much smaller scale when it comes to people they employ, print runs, and numbers of books they put out each year. That's a given, I think. But also they engage with emerging photographers and lesser known photographers, and I think that's especially interesting for our group because we're not, you know, a bunch of Helmut Newtons sitting here or so, you know, or, you know, so this is a much more realistic goal to be publishing with an independent publisher. Yeah, so that's that. So you may ask yourself, okay, on what base do publishers make their choices, like independent publishers make their choices, so that you can understand, do I have a chance to be published by an independent publisher? And I found this very telling quote by Michael Mack, who's the founder and owner of Mack Books in the UK, and he says, I have to admit that if you go and look at the books I've published so far, it's actually the kind of photography that I also prefer. My personal taste, out of necessity, greatly influences the type of books I publish. I don't simply cater to packaging ideas by letting the market decide what works or not. I start with the artist's thoughts and choose based on my own tastes. Then my tastes don't always work out. So, having said this, Here are a couple of the indie books, you know, dealing with postpartum depression, dealing with oil drilling platforms in the North Sea, or in Teju Cole's case, it is more a visual exploration of the artist's personal and cultural identity. It's also a reflection on the relationship between photography and memory. So these are very different books, as you can tell. And the consequence of that is that you also have to co-fund your book. So independent publishers won't just take on your project, finance it, and you know, you ride on a white horse and into the rainbow or whatever. That's not going to happen. You have to actively look for money. You can do that through grants, crowdfunding, or print sales, or other opportunities you can think of. So in the end, it's a shared financial risk, but there's also more liberty in design and contact. And there's also no formal minimum sales goal. You might want to print 500, 800, or even 1,000 books of your project, of your book, basically. So that's much lower, as you can see, because it's really hard to sell books on this very, very complex and competitive market, as I just outlined. How are we doing on time? 4 minutes, oh my God. So a very valid option for you might be self-publishing. It's also a form of independent publishing. I would say the most independent form of publishing. You can go about it, of course, via print on demand. You can use different platforms to do that. As you can see here, you can also, sometimes also big offset printing houses have digital arms that you can, you know, order your book from. Blurb is, I think, the most well-known, for example. And if you do that, financing the book is, of course, completely your topic. You know, it's your business, but you also will be completely free in your choices, what you publish, what it looks like, and also all returns from sales will be yours. That's pretty good, actually. And what's also an advantage is that since you will be sending out those books personally, you also get the address of each and every person that is interested in your topic, in your books, and so you can broaden the list of your followers, of the people who are engaging with you as a publisher, as a photographer. So this is also a great way to go about, you know, and distribute your ideas and your projects. Another important point here is, I borrowed this quote from architecture, actually, form follows function. You have to decide, okay, is this topic that I want to publish, is it going to be a nice big book, a hardcover book, or a more modest softcover book? Is it going to be a zine? Is it going to be a leaflet that can be distributed freely so nobody has to pay a high price, or in newspaper style, which goes in the same direction? Will it be a poster that you can put up on the wall and create like a spontaneous exhibition? So these go pretty much hand in hand, and I think that's also part of the fun, is to decide, okay, what will the book look like? What is the publication going to be like? And how can I shape it so that my target audience can afford it and it will be reached, you know, it will reach this target audience. So if you do that, if you go for self-publishing, of course you will be responsible for all these kinds of things, all these aspects, from design to proofreading to distribution, marketing your book. So it's a large field, as you can say. If you went with a publisher, you had a staff by your side that are all experts in these various fields of expertise. But the good news is you can always, outsource some, of these aspects like design or pre-press or production, or you can get the help of somebody who knows, a thing or two in PR, etc. So, but, you have to be responsible for all of these aspects in publishing. So, where to show your book or your the things you created in print, for example. First of all, even if you self-publish, you can go to an independent bookstore around your corner and say, hey, I self-published this, would you carry this? Of course, there are a couple of things to consider before you do that. but it's absolutely an option that an independent bookstore will take on your publication. Also, you have self-publishing platforms online. For example, there's Self-Publish Be Happy in the UK. They started as a big library collecting self-published books, but they are now much broader, and they create workshops and co-curate exhibitions or partner up with exhibiting institutions, and they also have a shop. So, and then there are distribution services like Amazon has a distribution service. However, if you go with Amazon, a bookseller will kind of not like that so much, because that's of course the big opponent there. But there are also, there's like, in Africa, there's the African Book Collective, which is more like a fulfillment center. It's not an actual collective, but you can use them to produce and distribute your books. And of course, there's your website where you can sell your book from. And there are also artist collectives. Like I said before, Rehab, I met her in Paris with her artist collective, Tavla, and they are for photo bookmakers from Southwest Asia and North Africa. You can check out if there is such a collective, you know, in your area or in your field of, you know, where you work. And if that's not happening, maybe you should found one, like, you know, make it happen. Find other photographers or filmmakers that work in your spirit, so to say, because if you're more than just one person, you can create enormous synergies. You know, you can go to book fairs together, or you know, share contacts, promote each other, throw ideas back and forth, and so on. So I would strongly suggest that. Yeah, so these are the ways how you can get your ideas onto the page, and then the page, hopefully in form of a book or other zine or flyer, into the world through these means. And yeah, after the break, we will explore all these options, everything we talked about so far. And for now, thanks so much for listening.
So, this is working, yes? Okay. So, thank you so much for your attention through all of that. We're going to give you a chance to get up and move around, get your circulation going again, and then we're going to ask you to come back. I hope you'll all come back. And then you're going to work. Federico has a fabulous plan for putting you into groups.
But I need commitment. If you take one of these papers, you must come back, because we don't have to. If you take one and you go to the beach, our dynamic will suffer. So if you take a paper, you must come back to participate, and we have a lot of information to share. And also, if you have a project in mind, if you are doing video, if you are doing photo, if you are doing any kind of storytelling, we are selecting one of the projects for analyze, decolonize, analyze the ethical part and also the distribution. So if you have the commitment, please take a paper. And this is dynamic. We will have 3 groups, and each group will be a old African warrior queen. You will search. So take a paper, please. One of them.
Also, I just want to point out again, there are books up here that you can look at during the break. One I want to draw your attention to is Mark Seeley's book, Decolonizing the Camera, which talks about a lot of what we've been talking about today. There's also a new book out by Sarah Lewis that's called The Unseen Image, which also goes very deeply into the construction of race in image making, which I just started reading, and I found it incredibly interesting. So once Federico is done distributing the papers, then
Okay, so working? Yes. Okay, so once you guys you know which group you are in, it would be great to huddle up together, maybe talk during break, because what we need you guys to do is actually agree on one project to be working on for the rest of the workshop, okay? So we're gonna be using one project from one of the members of your group. So in order to select that project, there we have put like a small criteria for you. So it needs to be an ongoing project, okay? A long-term project is preferable because that way you would know, as the person who owns that project, you would know some information because your group mates are going to ask you some questions about that project. It is also preferable to be visual-based so that we could apply some of the things that we talked about. And hopefully it also speaks to the session's topics, okay? So if it's visual-based, then inshallah it will it will speak to everything that we're talking about today. And for the person who owns that project, we're going to do a small exercise. I could give you a quick brief about it now so that you're able to articulate what your project is about to your group mates. Maybe during break you would have time, have coffee, and just talk to them about the project that we're going to be dissecting together after the break. In keywords, let's say 5 keywords per question. Think of what your project is about. Why are you working on this project? Why is this project so important to you? Why should people care about that project? So in 5 keywords each, okay? Who are the protagonists within your projects, whether human beings or nature or elsewhere or anything else? And where is your project happening? Where are you shooting, or where are you, creating the project itself, like the geographic location of that project, and how are you doing it? So 5 keywords per question. What is your project? Why are you doing your project? And who are involved in this project? And where is this project? And finally, how? 5 keywords. And this, in a nutshell, will be the intention of what your project is about. We need to share the intention. You need to do it with your group mates in order for them to understand what the project is about. And we start dissecting together this project based on the 3 topics that we're talking about today. Any questions about this? Yes. Yeah, exactly. You need to choose one project. So if there is more than one artist within the group, maybe think about your intention, your what, your why, your who, your where, your how. Articulate that to your group mates, and then you guys vote on which project you think would be a great sort of, let's say, case study to work on in this workshop, okay? So you guys will settle on one project per group. We have 2 groups or 3 groups? Okay, perfect. So 3 groups, that means 3 projects we're gonna be working on, 1 project each, okay? So if you have an ongoing project, please share to your group mates during the break so that you guys could decide together which project are you gonna be working on. Okay, Peggy's warning was real. We're gonna be doing some stuff, we're gonna be working, so I hope you guys are excited, but take a breather, yeah. For you to know who your group mates are. So hopefully you could have some coffee together during break and decide on the project. So maybe could you facilitate this? Could you let them so that they would know?
Yeah, we need to make the project now. So open each one of your projects, and we have 3 queen warriors from Africa, Queen Marineras from Kingdom of Kush, who defeated the Romans. Then Queen Amina of Zaria, the Kaduna State, Nigeria. First, what is Amanirenas? Please, the group of Amanirenas, come here. Come here. We have a table. We need to meet each other. Amanirenas is here. You will see the picture of Amanirenas in each table. Please sit down around this table. Then we have Queen, the mother of King Shaka, that is Queen Nandi Zulu, here in this table, please. Queen Nandi. Queen Nandi is here. And then Amina of Zaria is here. Please come here and sit down. Come come here. Yeah. So now you know the groups. The idea is that we will have a break now, but you should discuss which project that you are working. You need to put as an example for that dynamic. Okay. So make friends, introduce yourself. The idea is to share and come back as a commitment to this dynamic in, I should say, 10 minutes. Okay, you know the groups, you can go have a coffee, but you should discuss which project could be photo, video, music, storyteller, anyone, but you must choose one. Remember your groups, and now you are free to have a coffee. Thank you very much. Please come back.
Don't forget the prompts to help you explain quickly what the project is about so that you could vote on which each group is going to be working on, which project.
We can continue if they want. We can continue